This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use
Omaha!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by
Blue Poncho, Blue Poncho. Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Cali, Buffalo, check, hey, Short Ox, Ludo Raiders,
Omaha!
Time out.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Challenge accepted.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB Game of the Week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Follow us anytime on Twitter. Our handle, Braves on YouTube.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that. The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence. That's it. We're never having sex again.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar so you can get drunk in private. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
lose some weight.
Oh, come on, Quigley. Well, you don't give me that.
Look at me, 92, and I still enjoy swimming and golfing, and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 victory.
Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Ariola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Knuckles drop, strike three looking. Got him, strike three. Wow, the screwball. Wow. Whoa. What a pitch from Drew. Got him, strike three looking. Oh my God, Dallas. Knuckleball, filthy.
Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with their best receiver out of the game, from the 35, 19 seconds left. Favre punts, goes, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay?
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. And Janis, does he stop it? Oh, please.
Hey, Dad. Why is it customary for a woman to cook in a marriage?
Well, by law, you have to feed the prisoner.
Dang.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
Don't look like this dog. Stop tagging me in this video.
Oh, my mom and my sis.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Sometimes I wonder if I had been given 50 scholarship offers as a junior in high school and walked around the halls of my high school like I was the man, which I would have done. Let's be honest, I would have done that. And then went to that college and had the coach tell me how great I was, and you're going to start right away. Even if you don't deserve to, just politically, we're going to have you start right away.
Right.
And then let's say I'd been a first round pick and everyone told me how great it was. I just wonder would I have ever made it. I don't think I would have. I think I would have been too immature. I would have bought into the lies or the hype too quickly and too early. And I don't know that I would have made to the next step.
Deshaun Watson? Yeah, I guess if 22 women allege misconduct, the punishment is you have to play for Cleveland. So.
Sure.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
But what the hell, boy?
Make sure to listen to the Armchair Quarterbacks. Good enough for us down here in the bayou. Go Tigers and the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
CBS Sports Radio Station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything.
Do you know what listeners like about our station? It's everything.
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Show. We're here weekdays on CBS Radio, YouTube Live, the Armchair Quarterback Show, your first choice for Southern sports talk. Good afternoon, Mr. Joey Areola.
Good afternoon, Mac. I don't know much, but I know one thing. The Tua to Tyreek Hill joke videos online and with the terrible passes like the Tim Tebow have been dying laughing the last 24 hours over here for me.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and top of the afternoon to you. How the hell are you, my friends? We are ready for Sweet 16 basketball. How you doing, Mr. Tones Areola?
I'm doing great. It's a great day of sports. We got March Madness. We got MLB, NFL free agency to talk about, and some of our top moments in sports. I'll tell you what, fellas, looking forward to this one a lot.
Yeah, I am too. Joey, how are you, my friend?
I'm excited. I feel like the batteries are rejuvenated. We're getting into a good run here. Baseball's on the way. Let's go.
I apologize. I had my mic all the way down. I was doing some editing today, and I didn't want to accidentally catch myself, and had everything going, made sure all this was going and this is going, and then just it's the little knob, just the little thing. When in doubt, turn the damn thing on, right? All right, well, let's go ahead and get into it. The first thing we want to do is hit off of batting practice, and there was big news that came out of New York City today, and for people who missed it, essentially, there has been a mandate lifted in New York City, and it was not lifted for all. It has only been lifted for the entertainers, athletes, people on Broadway, et cetera, et cetera. And I've got mixed emotions about this because yeah, I'm a big sports fan, and I'm glad to see that anyone that can play will be able to play. But B, I really have some mixed emotions about it, because the crux of the whole thing is firefighters, nurses, police officers. There's still many, many people out there who do not have jobs. So I'm a little torn on the fact that if a guy's dribbling a ball or catching a ball or throwing a ball, he or she can draw a paycheck, but someone who's doing an actual service for their community cannot draw a paycheck. And I don't understand the damn difference. The only thing I can almost get on board with is that if you work in a hospital and you don't want to take the shot, the vaccine, that one I can almost understand. Okay. But a police officer, a firefighter, et cetera, what is the damn difference between that and someone who's out there playing basketball? Because it's not like Kyrie Irving wasn't allowed to go into the damn building. He sat there on the bench without a mask right behind his teammates and watched games. He just wasn't allowed to participate. And I'm going to call this the Met rule, because New York Mets, for people that missed it, their owner, Steve Cohen, donated $1.5 million about 2 or 3 days ago to the New York City mayor's campaign fund. It's been reported as 1.5 million. And all of a sudden, just a few days later, bam, there you go. And Boomer Esiason actually alluded to this on Monday or Tuesday on his show, because he was in the know, because he's, in a tight-knit group there in New York City. He just couldn't talk about it. He said, let's just wait till Thursday and I can talk more about it. Well, the news actually broke last night. So I'll give the floor to you. Tones, let's start with you. What is your take on this?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting situation that's really caused a crux in some sports that we've seen. I mean, Kyrie hasn't been able to play in the games, but he's been allowed in the buildings in the games. To me, that's a little crazy. If you allow him in the buildings, you might as well allow him to play from the start. Now, like you say, a donation's made and all of a sudden they're going to lift the mandate. To me, something's a little shady about that, although I think that should have been the overall ruling to begin with. Although, I recommend getting vaccinated. I'm not going to say everyone should get vaccinated, because there's reasons why people don't. And, it is what it is. If that's your belief, whatever. But I don't think these rules should have been in place to begin with, but they were for New York. And now all of a sudden you get a big donation and the dang rule is lifted. It kind of seems a little fishy to me, a little circumstantial to me, with baseball season right around the corner.
I mean, it's politics. When it all comes down to it's politics. And look, I've been on record. I've gotten the vaccine. I got the booster. I don't know if I'll get the second, a third shot, a second booster, because it looks like it's going away essentially. But I might. I don't know. I haven't had any reactions to it, so it's not like I'm opposed to it. I don't know if I'll just be lazy about it. Joey, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, to start things, COVID rules never really. I mean, it's like at first with restaurants, you could go in, you need, your mask on, then you get to your table. You don't. I never really got the rules to begin with. It's like the basketball thing when you could be in the stadium and not be there. I see your point greatly with all the workers. Let's have the same rules going forward for everybody. And you mentioned the Mets and donation. One thing I kind of want to bring up too, that mayor of New York's probably walking around and. The Yankees are a big spot in that town, more than even their football teams, because they never seem to do things right. And you tell me the mayor's got to walk in every place in his team, and hey, the Yankees going to be ready to go. Is Aaron Judge? Is Anthony Rizzo? I mean, there's a lot of pressure from Mets ownership, like you said, and I think just the Yankees' big following, them being the pride and joy of that city. So. Interesting timing. Let's just make it even for everybody. I don't get why certain things are one way and another. It just quite makes no sense.
Well, to add to it, Adams is on record being a Mets fan as well. So, and look, I'm not killing the Mets fan base, because this has nothing to do with them. It realistically, it's a good investment for the owner, right? But once again, why is it only they get the damn mandate lifted? Why wouldn't you lift it for all? And it really is strange timing. And no matter what people try to tell you, because I listen to some New York shows, and a lot of them think that the basketball is king to, so to speak, in that city, because they really don't know what they're talking about. This just shows you baseball is king, because we're 2 weeks away from opening day, and all of a sudden, COVID's not a thing, right? It was a thing all during the NBA season and NHL season. And it didn't realistically matter to the NFL when the playoffs hit. A, New York didn't make the playoffs on either side. And B, they had lifted all restrictions, meaning they weren't checking to see if you had not just the booster, but also the original COVID shot. So this just shows you baseball's king in that city, that one guy can generate $1.5 million, which is pocket change to Stephen Cohen. He's one of the richest men in America. And all this, because look, the guy has put in, what's his payroll going to be like? Close to $300 million this year.
Yeah, something like that.
That's before arbitration. It may actually skyrocket over it. This just tells you how much power that baseball has in that town. And it's across the board. It's sad. It really is sad. But anyways, let's go ahead and move on. We're going to go ahead and do today what we've been wanting to do for a while, because look, the MLB and NFL free agency, their free agent seasons essentially hit almost the same day. Like, it was only a few days apart, right? So I thought it would be interesting to take 5 NFL teams, take 5 MLB teams, okay? And we're going to rank our top 10. Each of us are going to rank our top 10. Now, it doesn't mean that you have to put any certain baseball or team or football teams in order. You don't have to go 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't have to do that, but you could have 5 baseball teams. You could have 5 football teams. We're basically saying who had the best free agent / off season. I'm going to even allow when you talk about trades, because you got to, because it's essentially all balled into free agency,
yep.
Right? Because if you make a trade, you don't need this guy, that kind of thing. So we're going to go through it 10, count all the way up to 1. We're each going to take our turns doing number 10, and then we'll go back around to number 9. So we'll start this off. Joey, I'll start with you, sir. Who is your number 10 in all the land?
Yeah, I'm going to start off with the LA Chargers. I think they've really done a phenomenal job of adding pieces. They have the offensive weapons there. They re-signed Mike Williams. They keep that intact. Herbert on the rookie deal allows them to get a guy like Khalil Mack on the defensive and J.C. Jackson in the defensive backfield. I think if even they could add possibly one more move, I think they could, be the best in this division. Pretty with other great teams there. I just think they've done a great job. The defense they knew was weak, and they made changes where needed with the trade for a big time pass rusher. Because what do you need in this league? Throw the ball and get the pass rush.
All right, so you got them at number 10.
Yep.
Interesting. They didn't make my list, but they came damn close. Like there were a couple of NFL teams and a couple of baseball teams. I was like, man,
it was hard.
20 deep in this thing.
Yes, sir.
Interesting to see. Tones, where are you at?
Yeah, I felt like I agree with you guys. It was very hard. Right when I thought I had my list, I could have sworn I could add another couple teams to it. But number 10, I'm going to go with my hometown team here, season ticket holder for the first time, Chicago Cubs. They made one big splash on in hitting. They made one big splash in pitching. They got Marcus Stroman. They got Wade Miley. They got Drew Smiley to add to their starting rotation. So they really beefed that up. Then the bullpen, you got the cavalry coming. You got Micah Givens. You got Jesse Chavez. You got David Robertson, Robert Gesselman, Chris Martin, Daniel Norris. Couple of ex-Braves champions in there between Chavez and, Chris Martin. So I like those. Then the Cubs go out and add. Yep. Then they get
Jan. The Braves won the World Series in spite of Smiley, not because of Smiley.
Hey, well, we're not mentioning Smiley for a reason.
I remember man complaining about him last year.
Chris Martin too, for that matter. But I felt like his midseason injury, he never really came back. And they tried to use him a little bit in the playoffs, but they really leaned on the left-handers, but he wasn't god awful. Like I don't hate that signing at all.
Yeah, I'm a fan because the potential of the signing, and at the end of the day, the Braves liked him, so they got him. But Yan Gomes was a big one, so it could give Wilson Contreras more days in the lineup.
He is solid. Did you see the report, by the way, y'all, that there were serious talks with the Cubs on a couple of teams of actually trying to trade for Wilson Contreras this offseason? What eventually happened was the Cubs just wanted too much, so the teams balked at it. But I found that very interesting. Trying to remember the teams. I think the Giants were one of them, which makes sense because Posey just retired, even though they do have the rookie coming up. And the other team was from the West Coast too. I can't remember who it was. But I found that very interesting. That would even be a conversation.
I could see the Angels maybe, but yeah, I was hoping the Cubs could lock him up to long term.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that lineup if you add Contreras to it?
Filthy. But I like the Yan Gomes ad because it could give Willie time at DH. Nick Madrigal will be playing this year. We got him from the Sox. Jonathan VR and Dalton Simmons, Clint Frazier, Harold Ramirez, Saya Suzuki. It's a lot of names, and to me, it's a lot of good potential.
I love the Suzuki signing. I didn't put the Cubs on my list, but it was really hard for me to leave them off my list because when I came down to the 5 baseball teams, the Cubs were basically number 6 on my list.
And the nice thing about the Cubs is if they're not playing great ball, you can move a lot of the okay pieces you sign, like bullpen arms for, future young guys too. So it's a win-win situation.
Okay, my number 10 team, I went homer with this because I feel like as much movement as they did, I would be remiss if I did not essentially have them on the list. So I went with the Jacksonville Jaguars. They were, look, I know a lot of people are killing them for the money that they spent on a couple of players like Christian Kirk and whatnot. But first of all, they were aggressive. We have not seen that in Jacksonville free agency yet. So I love the aggressiveness. And they got a couple of players that look okay. Zay Jones, they didn't spend an exorbitant amount of money. I think it was 3 years, 24. It has a max value of 30. Okay. Christian Kirk, he's a solid player. He's 4 years, 72 million. He's right in his prime. You're probably going to get 3-4 solid years. A guy that can stretch the field, help you move the sticks. The Evan Ingram, look, I know he's had his ups and downs in New York, but you can't deny the talent. And it was a 1-year deal. So like, you're not really losing anything. I did not like the franchise tag that they put on Cam Robinson. So that's why I pushed him down. But Brandon Scherf, that was a great signing. I even liked a couple of the other ones. The linebacker from the Falcons, the Darius Williams sign. I thought that they got a lot of depth, and they should be much more. They're not going to be a rollover this year. You're not going to see the Jaguars on your schedule, and the first thing you're going to go, that's an easy W. This year, you're going to have to actually pay attention, right? So, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but hopefully they make a move from what they did this year in the new Doug Peterson era, and maybe get 5, 6, 7 wins and threaten to stay on the outside looking into the playoffs.
I think that was a good one.
Joey, what is your number 10? 9, excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and real quick, I actually liked Ingram. I wanted him to come to Indy on a short deal, so I agree with that as well. I'm going to go to baseball on this side this time for myself, and I'm going at the Philadelphia Phillies. To me, they added 2 big bats to their lineup that already had some good bats in there. Obviously, we all know Bryce Harper, but when you add a Nick Castellanos and a Kyle Schwarber, I think you're going to have a lot of pop in that lineup based off history. The home runs and RBI should be massive. And they really needed this. The Phillies kind of been stuck in a little bit of a lull ever since their couple back-to-back World Series appearances. And I just think they needed to bolster something. We all know they made that big Bryce Harper signing a couple years ago. And Nationals won a World Series and they have not. So now's their time. If you could stack Castellanos, Harper, JT Realmuto, Gene Segura, all these guys, Didi Gregorius, you can go on and on. I think to go along with a I'm not going to say overwhelming pitching set, but a pretty decent one. I think the Philadelphia Phillies will make some noise this year, especially with the big bats.
All right. So you got Phillies number 9. Tones, what you got?
At number 9, I got the Detroit Tigers in the AL, and I mentioned it on last week's show that I was a big fan of their offseason moves. This stems back to 2 off seasons ago, them landing A.J. Hinch. I think he's a phenomenal manager. They got a great young core, and they're adding to that with these good veterans splash in. Eduardo Rodriguez to head their pitching staff with some young arms. They signed Michael Pineda to help out with their starting rotation. They got Andrew Chafin, who's a heck of a bullpen arm. Tucker Barnhart is a very good offensive catcher. And Javier Baez is a very electric player, something that the Tigers lacked. They needed excitement. Javier Baez helps bring that excitement. They needed starting pitchers. Rodriguez and Pineda help shore that up. And that AL Central, a little weak. The White Sox, if they show signs of frailing or flaking at all, to me, the Tigers are the team that might be the sleeper in that division. I don't see much promise elsewhere. I like Detroit and the moves they're making, not only for this year, but for their future as well.
All right, I'm going to stay in state once again and take the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I feel like I had to have them on this list. I know a lot of the quote unquote free agents, they're just re-signings, but look, when you do things like you bring back Fournette, you bring back your receiving core. We don't quite know yet about Gronk, right? But I feel like if Gronk is going to play, he's going to come back to Tampa. He may take a more lucrative deal to go play with Burrow in Cincinnati, but I feel like he'll stick it out one more year with Brady. And then the big thing is they get Brady back, and there is no bigger thing for the NFL than getting another year out of Tom Brady. Who knows where he'll be at going into age 45? We don't know, look, we all know that Father Time is undefeated, but we also know that Tom Brady's not human. So bringing him back, bringing the players that they lost a few pieces, but I thought all in all, they brought back enough to be able to make a Super Bowl run. Joey, what do you got at number 8?
Yeah, a little bit of a homer pick here, of course, but I'm actually going to say my Colts, and for 2 big main reasons. Number 1, we were able to get out of the Wentz deal and get 2 third-round picks in return. So right off the bat, a situation that we didn't think we'd be able to get any return for, we did. And on top of that, as we all know, in the past few days, past week, we made the trade for Matt Ryan and knocked down his contract pretty considerably to have extra cap space room. I think you add in a 14-time player who's had an MVP award. Everyone talks about the AFC, the Colts and the Titans might not match up against the rest. Well, guess what? They're in the AFC South. So one of these 2 teams are going to have a division win, and one of them are going to have a home game. Last year, the Titans were the whole number 1 seed. If it weren't for Ryan Tannehill's mistakes, they would have easily gone on to the championship game. That being said, I now think Matt Ryan will be the best QB in the division. The Titans and Colts should be neck and neck this year. And whoever comes out on top gets a home game against one of these other AFC powerhouses. And they also added Yannick Ngakoue at pass rush. I think that was a big deal as the Colts pass rush lacked last year. So between Matt Ryan and Yannick, you got to pass the ball and get to the quarterback. So I like that for them.
I still think the best quarterback in the division is in Nashville. Now, he's nothing to write home about, but I really still think that Matt Ryan has seen the better days, but we'll see.
It's possible. Phillip Rivers had a resurgence, but you never know.
The one thing that I'll say for it in his, I'm not going to say his defense, I'm not really attacking him, but what you can look at the bright side of it is he's coming from a team that was constantly behind, and now he should just be handing the ball off to Jonathan Taylor and be able to do some play action. So he should benefit for sure. I think Tannehill's still a notch above him, but you don't have to worry about the bonehead mistake that Tannehill's bound to happen.
And by the end of the year, Trevor Lawrence could be the best one. You never know. I mean, Trevor Lawrence could pop this year. If year 2 rookies, number 1 picks, you usually see in year 2. Now he does have a different coach and offensive system, but I could see Trevor Lawrence pop this year.
I mean, the way that division goes, they could all be so bad that the best quarterback resides in Houston. I mean, let's be honest.
Tones' guy.
Because I thought the kid looked pretty good last year.
He did.
The rookie out of California, and look, this is the last year of Tannehill, so it's a put up or shut up time because they're going to draft somebody. Whether they draft someone high or not, that's a question mark. Tones, who you got?
I think Joe might have been looking at my list because I got the Indianapolis Colts as well. Being a Bucs fan, I see Matt Ryan twice a year. He threw for 300 yards each game against the Bucs, and he looked pretty efficient at some points in times. And keep in mind that's without Calvin Ridley for most of last year. That's without Julio Jones as he left. So not a lot of weapons to work with as Hayden Hurst was in and out as well. Matt Ryan, I think, will be a huge upgrade. He had 4 game-winning drives last year. Carson Wentz had 0 game-winning drives last year. Matt Ryan is that fourth quarter factor that Carson Wentz didn't bring to the table. The Yannick Ngakoue move was terrific as well. He'll help get after the quarterback. Lately, the Colts have been going, sorry, Joe, in my opinion, the over-the-hill pass rushers that really haven't paid dividends much in Indianapolis. This time they get a guy who's in his prime. Obviously, he's wanted by many playoff teams as the Raiders, Ravens, and Vikings all attempted to get him within the past several years. They were all successful here. The Colts are able to get Yannick Ngakoue coming off a 10-sack season with a lot of pressures. And then they get Brandon Facyson, too, from the Las Vegas Raiders, who played with Gus Bradley last year, and he's actually slated to start at cornerback for them right now. So close to the playoffs in 2021, 0 Carson Wentz comebacks, and Matt Ryan will put him over the top, I really believe. And Gus Bradley's a huge addition as well to that defensive staff. And you had to think he helped recruit Yannick Ngakoue here and Brandon Facyson, and those are 2 guys who are going to both be impactful starters for the Indianapolis Colts.
What's the biggest move that they made for both y'all? If there's one move you say that's the biggest move that they made.
I'd say the biggest move that the Colts made was turning Carson Wentz into draft picks and Matt Ryan.
Yeah, Matt Ryan. I mean, we were almost between Baker Mayfield and Jameis Winston, and at least we ended up someone who's been there, done that. Like you said, could it keep falling off? Maybe, but I think the resurgence happens. It's up for debate.
I will say, though, Yannick is just as big, in my opinion, because the Colts were missing that it factor on the defensive line last year besides DeForest Buckner, and I think Yannick Ngakoue brings just that.
Yeah, I tend to think the Ngakoue move is the biggest one. Okay. It was a pretty good deal, giving up Rockyason.
What did you think about him in Jacksonville?
He was a beast. Now he was a part of an incredibly talented defense.
Correct.
So it's hard to pick apart one player on such a great unit, but he was an absolute beast, and we hated to see him go. And so that entire defense, I mean, the entire NFL is littered with ex-Jacksonville defenders. I mean, it is absolute ridiculousness. But yeah, so I'm going with my number 8 team is the Bills, the Buffalo Bills. No one circles the wagon like the Buffalo Bills. And I believe that they have had one heck of an off season. When you look at the moves that they've made, Case Keenum, Matt Barkley. No, I'm joking. Jamison Crowder, I'm interested to see what he does there. The OJ Howard signing to me was very, very interesting. But what really has gotten my attention is what they've done on the defensive side. Shaq Lawson, Von Miller, even guys like, Settle and Phillips. I think this defense is going to be much, much better. And that's really what they're missing. And something else that made the Buffalo Bills very, very a huge move in the free agency and a trade season that have made the Bills so much better. The Kansas City Chiefs traded away Tyreek Hill, and that's going to make the Chiefs a hell of a lot easier to beat. A hell of a lot easier to beat. Remember, he was pretty much the reason why they went down and scored that last, him and Kelsey. And I get it that they signed Schuster, and I get it that they will probably draft a receiver. Tyreek Hills don't grow on trees. And so I was a little shocked that they traded him. I've always felt like for the last couple of years, him and Adams are the 2 best receivers in football, and it's not even close. they've got different skill sets, but they're the best too. And losing him, I know he goes to your division. There's a big difference between having to worry about Tyreek Hill getting open with Tua throwing freaking, dead ducks out there and worrying about Patrick Mahomes beating you deep. So I thought it was an incredible move. And it was a good move by the Dolphins, but now they've got to go get a real quarterback. So what's your number 7, Joey?
And I'm still laughing. I know you saw it on Twitter. You posted the Tim Tebow one, just absolutely had me dying laughing of Tua. But going on to number 7, I'm going to go with in the American League, the Toronto Blue Jays. And, boy, you had Matt Chapman to that lineup that has these young guys like Biggio, Guerrero Jr. I mean, we could sit here and literally go through the move they made last year, George Springer, Bo Bichette. I mean, it goes on and on. On top of that, they added a couple of starters, which they needed to bolster their rotation. Gosman, Barrios, Hyun-Jin Ryu. I really like that top 3. You had Kikuchi on the back end. I just feel like this team's poised to make a big run. And, it seems that they got these young players still on these lower deals to get into their prime. They spent the money on a couple of holes they felt they needed to be had. And Ben, all the lineups in the AL East will be awesome to watch, but I think the Blue Jays especially, I like the young bloods there, and I can see them making a lot of noise in the American League East next season.
All right. What say you, Tones?
Yeah, Mr. McGee, I got your Atlanta Braves at number 7, although they lost Freddie Freeman. They did as great as a job replacing him as they can. They moved quickly to get Matt Olson, who had tremendous numbers last year, and they locked up Matt Olson right away. They wasted no time with that. So they lose Freddie Freeman, sure, but they replace him with a young, phenomenal ball player in Matt Olson, and he's a great human being as well. Then their bullpen adds. I mean, sure, they lose the guys like Perez and Chavez and Martin and Chavez. I'm sorry, not Perez, but then they get a guy like Colin McHugh. He was in Tampa last year, had an electric season, 1.55 ERA, 0.94 whip, incredible bullpen arm. They get Kenley Jansen, still a phenomenal closer, had about a 2.2 ERA last year with a boatload of saves, and his stuff is still electric to the tune of 86 strikeouts last season as well. So great grabs all around there. They address their backup catcher position, which they lacked most of last year. They get Manny Pena from the Brewers. He had 13 homers as a catcher who didn't play every day last year. That's phenomenal home run power for a backup catcher. Then they had
and honestly, he's just being brought in to make sure that Travis d'Arnaud can play a full season.
Exactly. So the hope is
Wilson Contreras' younger brother, William Contreras, coming up in the minors.
I like him as well. So they got
he's
a good
terrible on defense right now. They're trying to work on it, but I mean, he's stone hands back there.
Yeah, I remember that. That's why I think they sent him down at one point last year. But then the thing you love most, Eddie Rosario's back. You get Marcelo Zuna back as well. He was gone last year, so getting that bat back. You get Acuna back at some point from injury. So you're getting Ozuna, Acuna, Rosario back. And let's be honest, championship teams usually go through a lot of heartfelt changes every offseason. Sure, Freddie Freeman's gone, but you take out Freeman, you're adding Olsen, Ozuna, and Acuna back. So to me, the Braves lineup improves, as crazy as that sounds, because you're getting these guys back from injury. And I think they did a great job of keeping most of the band together.
All right, my number 7 is the New York Mets. The New York Mets, I thought they had a good offseason. I think it's been a little overblown by the media because they're in New York, so it's always going to be. But when you add Max Scherzer, now the one thing that worries me about Max Scherzer, remember at the end of the baseball season in the NLCS, he couldn't pitch because of dead arm. Now, granted, they overused him down the stretch, and I felt like it was totally mismanaged, and I expect Dave Roberts to do those same kinds of things going forward. But 37, 38-year-old pitcher that you just gave $150 million for 3 years to, who had a dead arm last year, that worries me. But I'm going to assume that Scherzer's going to be okay. So you got Scherzer, you adding Starling Marte, but that dude has been battling a freaking oblique injury all spring. I don't even think he's taken a swing off the tee yet. And then you did get Mark Canha, but he's He's a power guy that you want coming off the bench. You don't want him starting, and he hits for a low average. But I thought all in all, adding Eduardo Escobar, Chris Bassett is a very, very good number 3. He would be a number 2 on most staffs. He would be a number 1 if your staff stunk, but he's a very good pitcher. But he has had injuries. So the problem with the Mets, to me, reason why I don't have him up higher, they have a guy that's littered with they have guys that are littered with injury problems. We got to speed this up. Joey, what is your number 6?
I'll keep it short and sweet, but tell you why. The Las Vegas Raiders, I love, they got to keep up in a division with many Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert. How do you do that? You add a top pass rusher in Chandler Jones, on the other side of Matt Crosby, watch out. And then what do they do on top of that? McDaniel says, I need to get another weapon in here to go with Renfro. You had an opposite weapon, Devontae Adams, huge bolster there. I think the Raiders have a lot of going on talent-wise, and they're not going to, just put up a puncher's chance. They're going to be in this division. So I'm going to give it to the Las Vegas Raiders.
All right, Tones, what is your number 6?
I'll stick in the division. I like the Denver Broncos. They were close to being a playoff team last year. They got Russell Wilson, the best quarterback available on the market this offseason. They got Randy Gregory, a feared pass rusher. They addressed their backup quarterback by getting Josh Johnson. Then they signed a good slot corner in Quan Williams, brought back Josie Jewell in a very tough division this year and a team that was really built well last year. Now you got Randy Gregory and Bradley Chubb attacking the quarterback. That's one of the best dynamic duos in football, getting after it. You got Russell Wilson throw to Tim Patrick, Cortland Sutton, and the rest of those good wide receivers. So it's going to be really fun to watch Denver Broncos compete in that strong division this year. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens there.
I'm going to go number 6 with the snack cake that can last 100 years. Give me the Twinkies. Give me the Minnesota Twins at number 6. I thought what they did in the offseason, they were playing chess while the New York Yankees were playing checkers. They moved Josh Donaldson in his terrible contract to the Bronx so they could afford to bring in Carlos Correa. And I get it. Carlos Correa could declare to be a free agent. I totally get that. But who cares? That just means he's going to be motivated to play this year. And so maybe he opts out, and I think he will. Maybe he opts out and signs somewhere else next year. That's fine. You're going to add Carlos Correa. I believe that they have bolstered a lot of things. Joe Smith was a very, very good signing. Dylan Bundy adding to their starting rotation. And hopefully just having a healthy Byron Buxton, this team is a team that I think can honestly make moves and be able to contend in an AL Central. I'm not gonna say it's up for grabs because the White Sox are going to be really good this year. But the White Sox, it's not like they're the 1990s New York Yankees. The wheels could fall off the bus, right? And if so, I think Minnesota is going to be right there. Joey, what say you on number 5?
Yeah, and I almost hesitated to put him in here because I still don't like their roster, but I'm going to bring up the Texas Rangers. I'm just being honest with you. I think they went from a really bad team to at least relevant on the map. You sign guys like Seager and Simeon. At least you get a name. You get jersey you want the fans to buy with Seager. They didn't really have a lot to, in my opinion, really build off there that has a lot of stature and presence right now that's just dominating. They've been going through some walls. They also got John Gray. But let's be honest, I'm not going to sit here and it's a nice name, but let's see what he's got left in the tank. He'll be in front of a rotation that struggles. But it's about name recognition with these two signings. I do think Simeon, from what he did last year, he's really taken some strides. And Corey Seager, he should be in the prime of his career. So Rangers, I'm not saying you're a contender, but you're put on the map this offseason with a few big splashes. Kudos.
All right, Tones, what say you?
Yeah, Joey alluded to them earlier. I got the Phillies on my list. Their bullpen arms they added have been phenomenal. They got Jeroyce Familia, Corey Knebel, and Brad Hand to shore up the back end of that bullpen. So that's really good there. Then they got Nick Castellanos, who was at one point considered NL MVP candidate before injury last year. Just phenomenal player there. Really wish the Cubs never got rid of him. Kyle Schwarber, another ex-Cub who's doing beautiful things. That lineup is going to be Fairfull, Real Muto, Hoskins, Schwarber, Harper, Castellanos. I mean, good luck facing the Phillies on any given night. I like what the Phillies did, and I like the Castellanos and Schwarber signings a lot, but you can't forget about Brad Hand, Corey Knebel, and Jeroyce Familia because they had problems closing out ball games this year. Now they get 3 guys who've been all-star closers in the past to probably help them shut the door this year.
Now, as opposed to losing every game 11-5, they'll lose it 11-8, right? or maybe 9-8. They've improved the bullpen a little bit. I still think that starting pitching's just terrible. Outside Zach Wheeler, it is an awful starting rotation. But yeah, I do like their moves. My biggest question when they sign these guys is it didn't seem like that they took into consideration the fact of any of their defensive metrics, right? So you've added some bats, but that defense was already at the bottom of the league last year, and you're going to put Castellanos out and left. Sometimes you'll put Schwarber out there. Rhys Hoskins is terrible at defense. You basically have Bryce Harper is going to have – I know they've got him playing right, but he's almost going to have to play like a rover position out there because he's the only decent defensive outfielder that they have. My number 5 is going to be the Cleveland Browns, and I will put an asterisk on that because if Deshaun Watson gets suspended for like 12 games, this is going to not look like this great signing. But even if he gets suspended for 6 or 8 games, they've got him long term. Mm-hmm. Now his new contract's going to be an issue, and I know it pissed off a lot of people in the NFL the way that they did their contract. I don't know if y'all saw it, the way it breaks down, but essentially the whole damn thing's a signing bonus.
Unbelievable.
Right? And so it's all guaranteed, and that's why he decided to go there over Atlanta, was because he wanted to go where he could get guaranteed money because he's going to get it up front, and then if they decide to suspend him, it's going to be like one of the 40 million that he's going to make this year. 1 million of it is going to be able to be taken away. So I think the NFL will end up doing something more and end up fining him, but we'll see what happens there. But pushing that back because that basically just broke the glass ceiling, right?
Yep.
NFL contracts have never been guaranteed, and this could be the one that breaks the glass ceiling. And you don't hate it for the players, you just hate it that that's the player that did it.
Yeah.
Because of all the jackasses in the world. But I got to give them the Cleveland Browns because they did add him. And look, even if you're just looking for a fantasy aspect, they added Amari Cooper, and that should be a much more fun team to watch. And I'll be interested to see what they get, if they get anything. But if they were able to move Mayfield in a trade, what they get back off of that. And I think it would just be draft picks, but he's still going somewhere. Mm-hmm. And folks are poo-pooing on it, but is it out of the realm of possibility that he goes to the Miami Dolphins? Wouldn't it be a much sexier team to watch if you had Baker Mayfield instead of Tua over there hitting the broadside of a barn, throwing lame ducks and interceptions and can't hardly see over the line? I would try to get a 3-team trade involved where Tua goes this way, Mayfield goes that way, and the Browns get picks. That's what I would do if I were the Miami Dolphins. And I talked to Steven about this off air, and he laughed at it. I'm like, whatever, man. Baker Mayfield's a better quarterback than a Tua Tagovailoa is. 99 days out of 98, he's a better quarterback. What is your number 4, Joey?
Number 4, a team that was brought up once. I'll bring up now again, the Denver Broncos. Russell Wilson. I mean, this team is pretty much a quarterback away. They had Drew Lock last year, Teddy Bridgewater, nothing really worked out. I also think the Randy Gregory, even though we've had a few players pull some interesting moves this offseason, that was another big piece for them on the defensive side. You put him and Bradley Chubb, who watch out. It's always, as I said with the Chargers, I said with the Raiders, and then now the Broncos, it's all about getting to the quarterback and having the quarterback. And the Broncos, I mean, the weapons they have, now they finally have someone who could throw it to them. I see big things for Denver this season.
All right, Tones.
For number 4, I got the Buffalo Bills. I like that they added Duke Johnson as a pass catching back. Dawson Knox and OJ Howard should be a phenomenal tight end tandem. Jamison Crowder there, that's a perfect Cole Beasley replacement. Backup quarterback takes a big deal in Pittsburgh. It's all right. We'll trade for Case Keenum and bring in Matt Barkley. Roger Saffold, they brought in Jordan Phillips, welcome back home after a few years gone. Tim Settle, welcome in. Von Miller, boom. Buffalo is officially all chips in. They are going to their fan base and saying, hey, buy into us 100%. I know we're close. We're going to try and get over the hump this year. And I mean, that team is poised for a really good run with all those moves. And I'm really excited to see what Duke Johnson could do out of that backfield after we've seen him show spurts in Miami at the end of last season. I think Josh Allen and Duke Johnson will be fun, and it'll be interesting to see if Roger Saffold has anything left in the tank. He signed a big deal after getting released by the Titans. We'll see if he could provide dividends for the Buffalo Bills. I'm going with the Bills. They are all chips in, and my favorite for the 3rd year in a row to win the AFC.
Well, maybe one of these years you'll be right there, Berman. Just pick them in the 49ers in the Super Bowl. One of these years you might be right. I'm going to go with the Texas Rangers at number 4. I do believe that they changed their lineup quite a bit. And look, Correa leaving the American League West, that made the Rangers much better off the jump.
Yep.
So I like what Texas is doing, and look, they signed the 2 big sticks, Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. That's going to make a big time difference in their offense. And watch out for John Gray. John Gray is going to finally leave Colorado and go pitch in what is being looked upon as somewhat of a pitcher's park in Texas. John Gray's got good stuff. Brandon Workman was a very good acquisition. I like the Martin Perez signing. Matt Moore's a bum. He's seen better days. He'll probably come out of the bullpen. But Brad Miller was a solid signing. Garrett Richards. I like what Texas is doing, and I think they'll compete. Joey, what you got at number 3?
Yeah, a team you mentioned earlier, so I don't have to talk too much on it, Mac, the New York Mets. It looks good on paper. Like you said, there's injuries and things, what have you, between Marte, Scherzer. We'll see Eduardo Escobar. They signed, they got in their pitching staff, Chris Bassett, too. I just like what they've done. It's a lot of names. They gave a lot of big money on the way. They also added Mark Canha. So they have good things on the board. But, you have guys in your lineup like Lindor, Cano, injury riddled. Alonso seems to be the only stable force. We'll see him and DeGrom. You bring all these pieces together. It seems like success, but they got to stay healthy this season, as we all know, because usually the Mets find a way to falter. But for now, they're my number 3.
All right, Tones, what say you, number 3?
I'm going with the Miami Dolphins at number 3, and I actually really like the Mike McDaniel hire. I think he could be one of those young head coaches who pays dividends. He always had 49ers running backs looking like miracles out there, no matter the name you sub in. Tyreek Hill, I think that was.
Have y'all heard him speak yet? I know we talked about this recently. Have y'all heard him speak yet?
Yeah, he sounds hilarious. He sounds like Shrek almost.
I'm gonna have to get the audio for it.
I think he's always on the cheese gas.
Dude, he's huffing paint or something. There's something going on.
Tyreek Hill already said he's the funniest coach he ever had today, and he's known him for a day. He said he sounds
as they were splitting a blunt, signing the deal.
Doobies in the sky.
Doesn't sound like a bad team to be a part of, but the Miami Dolphins, I like the Mike McDaniel, and I think the Tyreek Hill trade is good for both teams. Chiefs get all those picks. Dolphins get a playmaker. Cedric Wilson addition can't be slept on. Teron Armstead, one of the best tackles in football, welcome. Raheem Mostert, Chase Edmonds, two good running backs who could help out there. Trent Sherfield, more wide receiver depth. They got Connor Williams to solidify that O-line. Alec Ingold at fullback. And they retained Emmanuel Ogbah, who's one of those guys who gets after the quarterback, gets pressures. He's a good tackle machine. Watch out for the Miami Dolphins this year. It lies on Tua Tagovailoa. I'm not like many out there. I actually think he could succeed and be successful, and we'll see. I mean, if not this year, then it's never for the guy. So we'll see.
Okay, moving on. Atlanta Braves, I've got them at number 3. I honestly think that they could end up number 1, but I was trying to be somewhat unbiased with this. Look, Kenley Jansen's been one of the best closers in baseball for the last decade. They get him. They bring back the NLCS MVP in Rosario. They bring in Colin McHugh, who's one of the best right-handed relief pitchers since 2018. The only right-handed relief pitcher who's got better numbers than Colin McHugh since 2018 is Kirby Yates. By the way, the Braves signed Kirby Yates back in November. Now he's coming off of injury. We'll see what he's got. So he probably won't be until about around the All-Star break, but that's going to be a nasty bullpen. They brought back Darren O'Day. He was a big fan favorite. And look, he had a 3.38 ERA last year. The big move, though, bringing in Matt Olson. I know a lot of Braves fans don't want to hear it. He's an upgrade. He's an upgrade from Freddie Freeman. We loved Freddie Freeman because of who he was, and he was always a great player. He won a bubble MVP, but he never won the MVP like a full MVP. So you got to take that into consideration. This is a guy that got paid a big contract, but never won a legitimate MVP. I think everything that happened in that season, there's always going to be an asterisk on, right? They went out and got a kid that's from the area, signed him to a 9-year deal, essentially. And I think he's going to look, he had 8 more home runs than Freddie. This is the big number, 28 more RBIs than Freddie Freeman last year. And they played about the same amount of games, 28. And his WAR was 1.5 higher than Freddie's. So I know a lot of people don't realize how good he is because he played out in Oakland, and fair enough. Who's staying up till 5 a.m. watching their ball games? But the kid can rake. The only question is going to be that first part of the season. I think he's going to struggle because he's going to want to live up to high expectations. What's your number 2?
Yeah, and if you take heart out of it, it's a good business transaction all the way around for the Braves. Number 2, asterisk, like you said about them, the Cleveland Browns. They had to, the Baker thing, it didn't quite work out with word said and stuff like that. Fine. You somehow found a better quarterback. Now, can he play all the games, as you mentioned? We will see. But when Watson played last in 19, he put up phenomenal stats. He was a very accurate passer. His legs were awesome. His accuracy, everything was good. You add Amari Cooper to that mix, losing Landry. You upgraded again there. Cleveland Browns went from a team, to a very tough contender in that division. So I'm going to go with the Cleveland Browns.
Who you got, Tones?
I think this is the first team we all mentioned to this point, the Rangers. I mean, John Gray for 4 years. I think he could be a low end 1, top end 2. They brought back Martin Perez. Mitch Garver's a nice catcher who could have power in his bat.
I forgot about him. He hit 2 bombs in the same game the other day. I think it was yesterday or the day before.
And they barely gave up anything because they gave up Isaiah Kiner Falala or whatever, but they replaced him because Corey Seager, Marcus Simeon, and then they added guys like Brad Miller and Cole Calhoun to really bring depth to their outfield. Calhoun could hit home runs. Brad Miller could play a plethora of positions. Key thing for them, Marcus Simeon, 7-year contract. Corey Seager, 10-year contract. They have Adolis Garcia, who's young. Those 3 guys right there are the heart and soul of this future lineup for the Rangers. That's a heck of a 3 guys to put your name in behind. I'm a big fan of what they're doing, like you guys said as well.
All right. My number 2, the Miami Dolphins. I think it's all been said. They would probably be number 1 because I do take into consideration a little bit of what the rest of your roster looks like. But I honestly am grading this off of what the moves that you made, right? And so if they had a better a better quarterback, I would be ready to go all in and say Dolphins number 1. But unless they get that figured out, I'm putting them at number 2 because you went and gave up a lot for a receiver will you be able to get him the ball other than on end arounds? So I'm going to put the Dolphins at number 2. Joey, what you got? Number 1, we got to make it quick.
Number 1, it's simple to me, even though people thought he'd come back. The GOAT, Tom Brady, returns, and so does all his friends from Jensen to Lenny F. You bring Gage over as a legitimate number 3 over the clown AB. What's next? Who we'll see. Maybe it'll be Gronk. Maybe it'll be Dominic Hung soon. But to me, Tampa Bay went from possibly rebuilding this thing to, boom, top 3 contender. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, number 1.
Tones?
Yeah, I guess to piggyback off that, I got the Bucs number 1 as well. And just to add to what you said, yeah, newsflash, right?
I'm glad I was sitting down for that one.
I did it for you.
Tom Brady comes back. That's incredible. Then you get Godwin, Leonard Fournette, and Ryan Jensen to long-term deals, which is really nice, 3 years apiece. Russell Gage coming in as a solid number 3 quarterback. He could throw the football. He could run the football. Poor man's Deebo Samuel there. Shaq Mason, we get in a trade, ranked the number 4 guard in all of football last year, technically an upgrade over Alex Kappa. And then we re-signed guys like Will Golston, Aaron Stinney to help shore up the team. And then we also brought in Logan Ryan, who could play safety and cornerback, Super Bowl champion, had a pick 6 with the Titans to actually end Tom Brady's Patriots career. And the Bucs aren't done. Like you guys said, probably Gronk. They'll probably bring back more fellas as well. It's been a very exciting offseason for the Super Bowl LV champs.
My number 1 team is the Toronto Blue Jays. What they've done, and I honestly, I'm going to make them the odds-on favorite in the American League East, and that's not an easy task.
Nope.
But when you look at this team, and you also look at what they brought in prior to, remember they added Jose Barrios, but it gets a little wonky because we had the free agency for like a month, and then there's 100 days off. Then we went back. So you kind of forget what all they did. But look, Kevin Gausman, that starting pitching is going to be nasty. And then when you look at the offense that this team is going to have, Bichette, Biggio, Guerrero, I mean, George Springer, they just had to trade Grichuk out of the team because he wasn't going to have at bats, and that's a solid player. Tapia is going to be a household name by midsummer. No one knows who he is because he plays in Colorado, but I've watched that kid play, and he is a utility knife that mainly plays outfield, but he can play all over. The speed on that kid. I mean, I feel like that they won that trade as well. So there you have it. If you want to see our rankings, they are in the timeline. I've been typing them out as we've been talking. So let's go ahead and get to it real quick. And this is why, Tons, I know you said you had 47 things you wanted to do, but I knew we were going to come up on time, so we got to do it real quick. The Thirsty Thursday belly up to the bar topic today is, you can go back in time and change one thing in sports history. And it could be anything, but you can only change one, right? We all would like to change about 48 things. I mean, I'd like to change everything that ended in wide right. But you can change one thing in all of sports, whether it's an outcome, a signing, a hiring, a firing, a rule, whatever you want to change in the history of sports. Tones, I'm going to start with you.
As much as I love my Bucks, I'm actually going with the NBA Chicago Bulls moment. It was shortly after, Derrick Rose in his glory MVP season. Literally nobody wanted to play this guy. And then in the playoffs, game 1 against Philadelphia 76ers in the 2011-2012 season, game 1, round 1, I'll never forget Derrick Rose tore his ACL. He was never the same. He had a falling out with the Bulls. The year after, he tried coming back. Well, he missed a whole year after the ACL. Then Derrick Rose tried coming back. Then he tore his meniscus after 10 games. It caused a domino effect. The Bulls were ready to win then. They had Joakim Noah in his prime. They had Luol Deng in his prime. They brought in veterans like Carlos Boozer, hired a coach like Tom Thibodeau. Derrick Rose was the MVP. And then after that, he just never averaged 20 points a game or even close to that in his career again. He continues to get hurt. He's been on 6 or 7 teams since his days with the Bulls. His brother got into his head a little bit. He made bad business decisions. once everything was going right for the Bulls and Derrick Rose, it seemed like people here were comparing him, as crazy as it sounds. They were like, oh, this guy, we like him just as much as Michael Jordan. Then the injury happened and things came crashing and burning down. I think if that injury never happened, he would have at least had one championship here in Chicago.
Yeah, I'm surprised to hear you say that, because if I were going to change one thing in Bulls history, it would be to talk Michael Jordan out of retiring 2 times.
That is fair. That's not a bad one either. I mean, this is why it's tough, This is why
Jerry Reinsdorf talked that jackass into keeping the team together. I mean, look, I hated the Bulls because everybody. I'm always pulling against like the crowd favorite because that's the American in me. Who the hell wants to pull for the favorite, right? But I mean, you don't tear that team apart. That was stupid. Stupid. Joey, what is your one thing?
My one thing, it sadly comes down to a player who wasn't even on this team long. With the 2009-2010 Super Bowl, Hank Baskett solely lost the Colts, Peyton Manning second as a Colt. We had the first one against the Bears, a nice win. We're up at halftime. All the momentum's on the Indianapolis Colts side. What happens? We come out of half. Right to the up man and Hank Baskett. He bobbles the ball. Saints recover, go down and score. And really, ever since that, they had the momentum in a tight game until the pick 6 by Tracy Porter. It's a dagger in my side then. It made me weep then. It still makes me weep now. Hank Baskett, I don't know where you are, what you're doing, but I am not a fan of yours. And I can finally go on the record and say, you are the thing I want to change most in sports history, my friend. So if that's being number one for anything in your career, there you go. You ruined the Colts' second Super Bowl with Peyton Manning. Thank you very much.
So I was born in 1973, in September of 73. And if I could do one thing over, it would be to be born 1 year earlier in 1972. Because as a young baby, toddling my way around, probably only a few months old at the time, I would have stopped the damn designated hitter rule to ever exist in the history of sports. It was voted on and passed in the winter of 72, put in the in 1973 as an experiment in American League Baseball. And of course, we all know the history. It never went away. And now we've got the designated hitter rule in every damn team, every league. Now there's no longer, there's not, I mean, I'm sure there's a random league somewhere, but high school, college, minor league, and now Major League Baseball, the pitcher will not hit for themselves. And it's a damn shame, because the biggest thing that I hate about that entire situation is it kills the strategy.
The league I coach, our pitchers hit, Mr. McGee.
Is this baseball? Is this softball?
It's baseball. It's a competitive baseball. It's high schoolers that aren't in high school, but it's a competitive league.
Gotcha. Well, yeah. And that's why I preface saying, I'm sure there's a random league that, but I'm saying that like in organized leagues, it's gone. Mm-hmm. And it's a sad thing, because what I'm going to miss the most is when you have to decide that you're going to make a switch, a double switch, et cetera, et cetera. It kills the strategy of the game. So if I had one thing, it'd be to go back in time and tell my parents to get cracking about a year earlier.
If I could turn back time.
Oh my God. Just the stuff that could have been avoided if you never played around with the designated hitter rule.
Mm-hmm.
I wish one person would have gotten the me. What are you, idiots? What are we doing? And I blame Bill Veek as one of them, because he was one of the ones. He was one of the pioneers pushing that years and years and years ago. And anyways, now we're stuck with it, and I still would like to see an amendment to the rule in Major League Baseball. I think that when your starting pitcher comes out, you should lose the DH.
Ooh.
Because if you did that, it would, and I'm telling you right now, the players would gain from this. The pitchers would gain from this, because starting pitching would come back at a premium.
Yeah.
In the pocket, because you would no longer have Tampa Bay Rays, right? You would have a team of, dude, we need some starting pitchers. And we may even want to carry 6 or 7 so these guys can go as deep as we want them to so that we get that advantage.
Baseball is slowly eliminating guys too, like lefty specialists were first, and now it's pinch hitters are now. Pretty soon, specialists of the game are going to be no longer.
Yep. All right, let's go ahead and come to a close on this as it's time to turn back time and do our walk-offs. On this date in 1980, so 42 years ago, the 42nd NCAA Men's Basketball Championship, Louisville takes down UCLA 59-54, the Cardinals' first of 2 national titles. Remember, they won again in 86, knocking out Mike Krzyzewski's Duke team. And also on this date, 2 years ago, in 2020, when I was on suicide watch, because it was 10, 11 days after they canceled sports, Japan's Prime Minister Shinzo Abe announces postponement of the 2020 Tokyo Olympics and Paralympic Games. And you knew that was the beginning of the end. Birthdays!
It's your birthday today. What does that mean?
I only do this anymore just to see Joey dance. I mean, honestly, that's all about. Dead guy first. Let's do the dead guy. George Harold Sisler, born in 1893 and passed away in 1973 in March. So he kind of stopped it. I guess he was around to stop the damn thing. That's probably what killed him. George Sisler, one of the greatest. One of the greatest quarterbacks. I don't know if I could pick them out in the lineup, but I know the name.
Exactly.
I had a lot of fun today as well, fellas. I think these Thirsty Thursdays are doing great. Then they're going to be Mac and Tones along with Stephen Trosh on the call on Thursday Night Baseball. So those will be a lot of fun. I'm a fan of Providence from here on out for March Madness. I hope Providence comes in and takes this dang thing. And another birthday, former Ohio State and Indianapolis Colt Mike Doss. So, we got some birthday shout outs going around, but really great episode, fellas. Go Providence, enjoy March Madness, and continue soaking up these free agency moves.
Yeah, my walk-off is, so I've got the call tomorrow, 1:00 Eastern, Braves Redsox, and then we'll be back tomorrow. Justin and I at 6:00. We got some stuff planned for that. But I'm really looking forward to the upcoming season. The new schedule, I'm going to drop that just on opening week because I don't want to confuse people because we got the spring training schedule out right now. But the first game that we're going to do together Tones and I believe Steven will be with us, is going to be opening night. It's in Atlanta, Reds versus Braves. The interesting fact about that game is for about a century and a half, Cincinnati has always been the first team to get first pitch in the opening day, whatever the traditional opening day is. And the only time that didn't happen was there was it's something to do with a death, and I can't remember who it was because it wasn't JFK, because JFK was assassinated in November. But anyways, it'll be the first time in quite some time that because of the lockout,
right,
we erased a week, and so it'll start in Atlanta, and then me and my wife are heading to Atlanta the next morning to
nice
in the game. So we'll do opening day, and then we'll be back to a normal schedule the following week. It'll be Tuesday nights and Friday nights with Atlanta, Thursday nights with the game of the week, and we got some good ones, Tones.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it between Braves, Cubs, White Sox, and the rest of the MLB. Honestly, it's going to be a really good year for baseball.
Forward to that second game because it's Yankees versus Toronto.
That'll be an incredible one, and that whole division minus Baltimore should be a bloodbath.
And I'll be tuned into all Cubs games.
You'll be tuning into every game.
Well, every game I'm going to be in the chat. I was last year for the Braves playoffs.
You were.
Yeah, I was chatting it up with a lot of random guys from like Montana or something.
What I can't remember is I think the game's in New York, but when when the Yankees go to New York, when the Yankees go to Toronto, they're still going to be dealing with that vaccination deal that we talked about.
Oof.
All right, guys, great job. And
awesome.
We will see you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, Justin and I, the Armchair Quarterback Show. And then also 1 o'clock Eastern, if you're bored at work, Braves and Red Sox, I'll have the call.
Goodbye, sweetheart, when it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on these CBS Sports affiliates and catching the show on YouTube Live. We're here weekdays. Find Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live today. Please subscribe and share and take us everywhere you go. The Armchair Quarterbacks, your first choice for Southern sports talk, live from the First Coast.
Gonna get another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
Hello, Discover Card here to explain our cashback match. We match all of the cashback you earn at.
Follow us anytime on Twitter. Our handle, Braves on YouTube.
Sit shot.
Armchair Quarterbacks Radio covers the whole SEC the whole season long.
Dobbs heaves it. They're bunched up in the end zone. It's tipped up. It's caught. It is caught. Jawan Jennings.
Just the start of things. First quarter at the Gator Bowl in Jacksonville as Walker digs to the right. Gets outside. The 35. Look out. He's past midfield and he's got a blocker. Cuts to the inside. Herschel Walker. There he goes again.
Straight up the middle. Touchdown. Delayed reaction, but Tebow got in. Oh, jump pass. How about that? Oh, my gosh.
It's like 1955. Holy cow. Are you kidding me?
Armchair.
SEC! SEC!
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Good afternoon, Braves country. First pitch is on the way from Ian Anderson, and it is a called strike. Braves and Red Sox here on Braves Country YouTube. We'll be coming to you live for all 9 innings. We'll get into the starting lineups here in a second. Braves are sending Ian Anderson to the hill today, while Tanner Hoke will be going to the mound for the Boston Red Sox, as they are the home team here in Northport, Florida. Here's the windup in the pitch on the 0-2 count, and it is grounded to the right side. Ozzie has it. He'll flip it over to first, and there is quickly one away here in the top of the Boston first inning. Atlanta will be facing today Christian Arroyo, Jaron Duran, Travis Shaw, Christian Vasquez, Roberto Ramos at DH, Ref Snyder at right field, Stewart at left, and Arouse and Fitzgerald to finish it off. Just getting underway here. 0-0 is your score. And first pitch from Ian Anderson is a fouled off by Duran. It's a strike. It's 0-1. Beautiful day for baseball here in Atlanta, in Florida, excuse me, as the Braves have just, here's the pitch swung on, and it'll drop into right field for a single. 1 on, 1 out here in the top of the first. Nice bit of hitting there for Duran, just kind of blooped it over second baseman's head, drops into right field, and they have something going here in the top of the first inning. Get into a lot of news and notes going on today. Appreciate you joining us here for Braves Country, as Atlanta, defending World Series champions, they are the home team today. Got kind of a rough start today going. We had some tech issues that kind of threw us off, but we will get going and bring everything to you as Atlanta and Boston. You're looking at under 2 weeks until opening day. Opening day is April 7th. Ball's thrown over to first base. Olsen keeping the runner close along with Anderson. Braves in their dark blue tops with the Braves across the chest and the tomahawk below. White pants and the blue spring training hat. If you haven't seen that, it's a really sharp looking hat. They have the spring training patch and they've got the A on the front, but they've also got a mesh all the way around. Sharp looking hat. Devers is up to bat. Shaw, and we've got a 1-0 pitch. It's right down the pipe for a strike. It's 1-1. Boston nothing, Atlanta nothing here in the top of the first inning. And Atlanta, little less than 2 weeks away from their opening day game in Cincinnati. Here's the windup in the pitch from on the 1-1 count, and it's high and way out of the zone. It's 2-1. Looked like the fastball. Today, we're expecting to see Ian Anderson on the bump here for a few innings. After that, they're going to bring in Kyle Muller, Will Smith, Tyler Thornburg, and Kenley Jansen. Expect to see all of them today. Here's 2-1 pitch. It is a changeup. Took a little bit off of it, pulled the string, swing on and a miss, and it's 2-2. Two count, 1 on, 1 out. And here's the pitch. Swung on and hit high and deep into center field, but definitely playable well before the warning track. On his horse and corrals it in center is Adam Duvall, and there's 2 away. Up to bat now is the right-handed catcher, Vasquez, and Vasquez inherits a runner on first. There's 2 away. Anderson fires it back over to first to keep the runner close. And we'll get into the Braves starting lineup, but pretty much their opening day lineup is out there on the field today. So we're going to get all the stars. Remember yesterday, the game was rained out. So they're getting all their starters in today. And we are coming to you today, Wednesday, and Friday of next week. And the final week of preseason spring training baseball will come to you on Monday. Here's the pitch, and the runner's going, fired up the line, and the ball was off the mark. The throw was off the mark, and the runner is safe. Stolen base for Duran, center fielder for the Red Sox, and they've got something going here. Runner on second base, 2 away, and their cleanup hitter, Vasquez, on a 1-0 count. Anderson looks back the runner. Here's the pitch, and it is a fastball in the dirt. It's 2-0. It's, again, a beautiful day for baseball. It doesn't look like there's a cloud in the sky as everyone's out there in their shirt sleeves, expecting high 70s, low 80s temperatures today for the game. And here's the 2-0 delivery from Anderson, swung on, and it's grounded weakly to second base. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, and that'll get the Braves out of the inning. All right, we're going to be back in a second. We'll have a chance to regroup. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
You better get that checked out.
Better get that checked out?
I would.
What kind of a therapist are you? I'm telling you, I'm scared that something terrible is going to happen to me right away. You start looking for tumors?
I'm trying to help you.
I bet you're rooting for a tumor.
I think you better go.
No, I'm going, baby. I'm going.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Hoshimazode. Yes. Lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ House of Vanilla. All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Hoshimazole. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Tanner Hoke is going to take the mound. Had a 1-5 record last year with a 3.52 ERA, a 1.13 WHIP, and a 2.23 batting average against. But he was a big part of their bullpen and later into the starting rotations. We'll see what comes of him today. Big right-hander. He's going to face Eddie Rosario leading the game off here. It'll be Rosario, Olson, and Riley, with Ozuna batting cleanup. Here's the first pitch, and it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Misses for a strike. Excuse me, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. Spring training for the rest of us too, isn't it? Here's a pitch, and it is a fastball, and it swung on and roasted into center field. It is going to be caught. Duran was on his horse and made a great defensive play. There is quickly one away in the Atlanta first. Remember Eddie Rosario, the NLCS MVP. Braves brought him back on a 3-year deal during the offseason. That'll bring up Matt Olson. Matt Olson hitting in the 2 spot today. Interesting choice by Snicker. And here's the pitch. Wind up and off speed. Looked like the changeup drops in for a strike. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, 39 home runs last year, 111 RBIs. Here comes the second pitch, 1-0-1 count. Fastball hit high and deep into left field, but it'll be playable as Stewart had to fight the wind a little bit. Looks like the wind's blowing in from left to right. He corralled it, and there's 2 away. Atlanta nothing, Boston nothing. Matt Olson obviously is trying to fill big time shoes as he is taking over for Freddie Freeman, a legend in Atlanta baseball. Here's the first pitch to Riley, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Riley hit 303 last year, 33 bombs, 107 RBIs. Him and Olsen ought to be one heck of a 1-2 punch. Here's a sinker, and it dies down. Riley pulls it over to the right-hand side, but foul. It's 1-1. Riley, in my estimation, was the MVP of the National League last year. They gave it to Bryce Harper. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is an off-speed pitch fouled back off the catcher's mask and into the umpire. Both of them seem to be okay. It's 1-2. Braves nothing. Red Sox nothing. 1-2 count, 2 away. Bottom of the first. Big Austin Riley. Here's the fastball, swung on and missed. Strike 3, straight gas from Houck, and that'll get him out of the first. So we'll head to break. Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Red Sox grab the sticks when we come back.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I apologize for the distractions.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set. Repair these losses and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Boston Red Sox here on a gorgeous day here in Northport Spring Training, Florida. And Ian Anderson's back out on the mound. It's a curveball on the outside part of the plate, drops in for a strike. High in the zone, it's 0-1. Red Sox in their gray pants and red tops with blue hats. And Ian Anderson's having to adjust his pant leg, so we'll get going here in a second. Ramos is the batter. Ramos, the designated hitter from the left-hand side. And here's a sinker swung on and hammered to the right side, but Ozzy's on it. It's into the teeth of the defense. He flips it over to first, and there's one away. I'm Mac McGee bringing you Braves Country Baseball. If you haven't joined us before, welcome. If you have, welcome back. Should be a good day for baseball. Like I said earlier, Wednesday we will be here. Friday we will be here next week. Both 1 o'clock starts. And then a week from Monday is the final spring training telecast. And here's the pitch from Anderson. It's a changeup, falls off the table, and it's 0-1. Stepping up the plate is Rob Refsnyder, 245, 2 home runs and 12 RBIs in 51 games last year. Here's another sinker, takes it off, and it's 0-2. Nice pitch. Pitch from Anderson, and it is a fastball in the dirt below the knees, taken for a ball. It's 1-2. All the sites are also on spring training. That's why it was difficult to get it going earlier today. They are very inconsistent on which ones will show you what I'm looking at. So I'm trying to share you the look of the strike zone, et cetera, et cetera. Well, the one I was using this past Tuesday, they did not. Here's a fastball. Oh, and it's fouled off the knee of Travis d'Arnaud. He pops back up, looks like he's okay, and it's 1-2. Once the season hits, it becomes much more consistent on you being able to see what I can see. But these sites, they kind of pick and choose on which games that they're going to show up for work on. Atlanta nothing, Boston nothing, top of the second inning, 1 away. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Ian Anderson. He skips it across the plate. Easy take for the batter, and it's now 2-2. Anderson, when he tends to miss low like that, and he tends to run his pitch count up high, which is something he's wanting to work on this year. But you're seeing those same tendencies, which of course is better than getting it high in the zone because then they just hammer it. But you'd like to see a little more consistent. Here's a fastball swung on and hit into the right field bleachers down the right field line. It's foul. It's 2-2. Anderson already up to 23 pitches, 1 out here in the second inning. Can't imagine he goes more than 2, maybe 3 innings. And then we expect to see Kyle Muller. Here's a fastball at the knees and caught watching the paint dry, struck him out as fastball right on the outside part of the plate, kissed the black, and Refsnyder was caught looking. Nice pitch by Anderson. Great framework by Travis d'Arnaud. There's 2 away. And that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Stewart. He's the left fielder playing today for the Red Sox. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Stewart, and he hits it down the right field line. It's way foul, and it's 1-1. Kristen Stewart from Atlanta, Georgia, by the way, 28-year-old left fielder. Red Sox didn't make a lot of moves during the offseason, but they did have Trevor Story. Now, we won't see him today. Here's 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball fouled back off the mask of Travis d'Arnaud. It's 1-2. Kristen Stewart, like I said, from Atlanta, Georgia, went to the University of Tennessee as well, played his college baseball there. Spent his year down in the minors last year. He did play in 2020. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's low and skips across the dirt again. It's 3-2. Did have a 225 batting average, 15 home runs, and 59 RBIs in the Detroit Tigers organization. Here's the 3-2 pitch by Anderson, and it is inside, called for a ball, so that'll put a runner on first. Anderson up to 30 pitches already for the first 1 1/3 innings. Something he's desperately trying to change. He knows that if he wants to take that next step, he's got to quit being the 4 or 5 inning guy. He's got to be the 6th, even 7th inning guy. That all starts with your pitch count. Here's the first pitch to Arouse, and he swings and misses, and it's 0-1. Ball kind of dropped out of the zone. 0-1 pitch, and it's high. It swung on, missed. Looked like the changeup that got a little bit too much air, and it's quickly 0-2. Speaking of Stewart standing on first, last year he was DFA'd by the Tigers for Derek Holland. He cleared waivers, and on November 9th, he declined minor league assignment, became a free agent, and the Red Sox signed him just before the lockout on November 30th with a minor league contract. He's trying to make the team. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And it swung on and missed. Strike 3, fastball outside the zone. Rouse could not keep up with it. Looked like it was about 94 miles an hour across the chest. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the Braves grab the bats. Bottom of the second, 0-0.
We can't Kirby darn your frazzle dazzle.
Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow! Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown, Colts.
Slant caught, touchdown, Marquise Lee, and he punts the ball into the stands. Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida. just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
Welcome back to Atlanta Braves baseball, and here's the first pitch by Hook. It's inside and almost hits Ozuna, the cleanup hitter, near the kneecaps, way inside, and it's 1-0. Marcell Ozuna back after suspension, will be ready to roll for opening day. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a changeup on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-1. Called strike by the Blue. Here's the windup and the pitch, and it is a changeup swung on, but hit foul down the right field line. It's 1-2. Braves nothing, Boston nothing. Ozuna had to go back to the dugout to get a new stick. Looked like his fouled that pitch off and shattered the bat. So we'll get back at it here. 1-2 count. 11 pitches by Tanner Houck, but so far. Ozuna ready for the pitch. Here's the delivery, and it's a changeup off the plate. Good eye by Ozuna. It's 2-2. Ozuna had a busy offseason, went to a lot of counseling, and here's a fastball, and it is off the plate. It's 3-2. Hope working really fast. Ozuna went through a lot of counseling during the offseason. He and his wife working out the domestic differences, but he also played in the Dominican Republic for their winter baseball league and had a pretty good winter season. Saw a couple of home runs that he hit. 3-2 pitch from Tanner Houck. Here we go. Nobody out. Bottom of the second inning. And here's the windup and delivery. And it's a curveball swung on and missed. That ball just dropped off the table. Nice pitch. And there's one away. Nasty pitch, and one of those that was so close to take on 2-strike count. You got to go fishing for it. He just could not stay alive. So that'll bring up the left-handed bat of Alec Dickerson. Dickerson's designated hitting today, coming over from the San Francisco Giants on a 1-year deal. Here's the first pitch, and it's inside. It's 1-0. Atlanta nothing, Boston nothing. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a fastball taken for a strike. It's 1-1 on the outside part of the plate. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Hook, and it is a changeup. Missed inside. It's now 2-1. Dickerson trying to make the club. It's not a guaranteed deal, but if he does make the club, it's a 1-year, $1 million deal. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a changeup. I mean, he pulled the string on that. Nice pitch by Tanner Hook, and it's 2-2. Two count. And the 20th pitch of the day for Tanner Hoke. Here's a fastball swung on, and it is fouled back. 2-2 once again. Dickerson can play the outfield, can give the Braves some left-handed depth off the bench. Here's the delivery by Tanner Hoke, and it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate, swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 2-2. Two delivery from Hoke, and it's a changeup on the outside part of the plate. Close pitch, but he'll call it a ball, and it's now a full count to Alex Dickerson. Folks in their shirt sleeve, the sun high in the sky. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Close, but Dickerson took it. Good eye, and he heads down to first base. Braves trying to get something going here. Dickerson heads down to first, one away, and that brings up the bat of Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies, the second baseman, hit 30 home runs, 106 RBIs last year. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and it's a changeup on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-0. Houck is living on the outside part of that plate, trying to hit it, and hasn't been able to hit that spot. It's what walked Dickerson. Here's the windup and the delivery, fastball way outside the zone, and it's now 2-0. Ozzie Albies with the 2-2 or the 2-0 count on him. Here's a fastball, and it's way outside. Good job by Vasquez to make sure that ball didn't go back to the screen. It's way outside the zone, almost like a pitch out, and it's now 3-0. Ozzie, one of 4 Brave infielders to hit 30 home runs last year. Here's a 3-0 pitch, and it is a fastball on the outside part of the plate, taken for a ball. Good eye by Ozzie. Normally swinging early in the count, he gets a 4-pitch walk. Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing. Atlanta does have a rally going here. Runners on first and second, one away. They're all going out to the mound. The pitching coach from the Red Sox, Bush, went out to the mound to talk to Tanner Hoke, and the entire infield went in to discuss some strategy as they regroup and get back ready to field. It brings Adam Duvall to the plate. So Adam Duvall, 38 home runs last year, not all with Atlanta, only was traded at the deadline for Atlanta. Here's a first pitch on the outside part of the plate, swung on and missed, change up, and it's 0-1. Duvall is expected to play quite a bit of center field this year for the Atlanta Braves, as they would prefer to keep Acuna into right field when he does come back to play defense. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a changeup on the outside part of the plate. It's called for a strike. It's quickly 0-2. So Duvall, who did a great job playing center field late last year and into the playoffs, he's expected to be the everyday starting center fielder unless the Braves make some kind of a move. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is a fastball swung on and fouled back up against the screen. It's 0-2. Runners on first and second, one away. Adam Duvall at the plate. They're hoping Acuna comes in by May 1st, is the most recent quote by Anthopoulos. Here's a changeup on the outside part of the plate, swung on and missed. Strike 3. Down swinging goes Duvall. So there's runners on first and second, 2 away. The veteran bat of Travis d'Arnaud steps to the plate. When all the ducks are in a row, by around mid-May, you expect it to look like this. Acuna in right, Duvall in center, and Rosario in left, with Ozuna DHing most of the time. Now, Ozuna's been working on his defense in the offseason. Remember, he's a previous Gold Glove winner. Here's the first pitch, Travis d'Arnaud, and it's a changeup inside. Did he go around? And they're going to say that he did. Questionable call there by Blue, but it is 0-1. 0-1 pitch from Hoke, who is now at 32 pitches in the first inning and 2/3. And it is taken curveball in the outside part of the plate, outside the zone. It's 1-1. d'Arnaud, phenomenal 2020, 2021, missed about 3 months or so with the hand injury. When he came back, here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curveball swung on and fouled down the third base line. It's 1-2. When d'Arnaud came back, he could never quite get his stick going. So went into the playoffs, and he ended up hitting pretty well late in the playoffs, but really is hoping to have a better 2022. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is looks like a sinker that just swallowed into the dirt. So now it's 2-2. Deuces are wild. Bottom of the second inning. 2 on, 2 out. 2-2 pitch. To Travis d'Arnaud. Here's the delivery, and it is a fastball caught looking. I think d'Arnaud was looking for the off speed. That'll strike him out and end the inning. We'll head to the top of the third. Braves nothing, Red Sox nothing.
He only has 3 rings.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
My hotel's nice, and I was in the elevator. There's a sign in the elevator that said maximum capacity 12 persons. 12 persons. Somebody needs to tell the folks down at the elevator company that the plural of the word person is people. It's not persons, right? The hotel pool had a similar sign. It said maximum capacity 180 people. Do we really need legislation for that sort of thing? Doesn't it kind of govern itself? Don't most of us just hang back and go, I don't want to get in the pool with that many people. It's not going to be refreshing, knocking up against other people's arms and skin. Move, I have a legal right to be here. Banging elbows, move. I did a head count. Like in the bathroom stall, we don't put a sign that says maximum capacity 1 person. I just see the shoes and I keep on moving.
We got a tie, we need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker.
I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It is a haunted game in which every player is measured against the ghosts of all who have gone before. Most of all, it is about time and timelessness, speed and grace, failure and loss, imperishable hope and coming home.
Here's the pitch. It's a slow curve low, and the Babe swings. It's a long one. It's in there.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Red Sox. There's in a scoreless tie, on this 25th day of March. Ian Anderson goes back out for the third inning, and here's the windup in the pitch, and it's a fastball at the knees on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Nice pitch by Anderson. Anderson. Here's the delivery, and it is a changeup on the outside part of the plate. Little high and wide. It's 1-1. Ramos is your batter. Sorry, Fitzgerald. And here's the 1-1 pitch. It's fouled back up against the screen. It's now 1-2. Braves nothing. Red Sox nothing. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a fastball high and outside the zone. It's now 2-2. Anderson already at 38 pitches. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on in the dirt, gets away from the catcher just enough to where he has to fire it down to first as the runner tries to advance. There's one away here in the top of the third. Kyle Muller is expected to enter the game after Ian Anderson. I would expect him to probably show up next inning. I doubt Anderson goes a full 4. Here's a first pitch from Anderson to Arroyo, leadoff batter for the Red Sox. It's fouled back. It's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Anderson, and it is a swung on and fouled down the third base line again. It's now 0-2. We got a full roster today. Pretty much everyone but Acuna that you would expect to see going forward in the 2022 season. Of course, Acuna is not expected to be there on opening day. So this is essentially what could be the opening day roster. Matt Olson, Ozzie Albies, Swanson, and Riley. Here's the 1-2 pitch by Anderson. And it is a fastball swung on and missed. Too much high heat. And it's a strikeout for Arroyo. There's 2 away here in the top of the third. In the outfield today, you've got Rosario, Duvall, and of course, Ozuna in left field. Dickerson's the DH. Rosario's playing right today. Here's the fastball by Anderson, and it's swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Duran, the left-handed center fielder, got on earlier and stole a base. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and there's a fastball shot back up the middle, just past the outreach glove of Swanson as Dansby tried to dive and make a heck of a catch, just went over his glove. So it's a single for Duran, and he's on once again, 2 for 2. Got to watch out for him. He took off last time. 2 outs, 1 on. Perfect time for him to go. You got to figure if you do get thrown out, it is what it is. But if you can get there, you're in scoring position. So we'll see what he does with Shaw at the plate, left-handed slugger. Here's the first pitch, and there's an off speed in the dirt just inside. It's 1-0. Phillies and Yankees are scoreless in the top of the first as well. We'll keep you up to date on all the scores around Major League Baseball. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Pulled the string on that, and it's 1-1. Phillies and Yankees squaring off in the Phillies home ballpark, spring training ballpark. Two teams with high expectations, just like these Red Sox and Red Sox and Braves. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Anderson, and it is a changeup laid off by Shaw. So it's 2-1. Perfect hitting run situation here. 2-1, 1 out, 1 on, 2 away. Runner on first, could be going. Here's a 2-1 pitch, and it's swung on, hit over to Dansby at short. Dansby fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. The runner was on the move, but to no avail. Red Sox nothing, Braves nothing. We head to the bottom of the first.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by the best things in life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
It's the game my father taught me how to play. It's time I saw things on a level plane. Something was rolling towards me, and it said Spalding on it. Picked it up. Instinctually, we push it back. And those days, those summer days became fall days, became our Sundays together with my brothers and I, and my dad whipping off his wicked curve. I just remember how my hands hurt. And first, as I was afraid of the ball and his coaching, keep your shoulder in there, don't bail out, it's not going to hurt you, and that's what I remember.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. Atlanta Braves, Boston Red Sox, bottom of the third inning. Dansby Swanson up to the plate, and Houck is back out on the mound. It is looks like a sinker, fell out of the zone. It's 1-0. Dansby Swanson, 27 home runs last year, 88 RBI. Here's 1-0 pitch, and it's inside once again. It's 2-0. Hoke already up to 38 pitches. This is the 39th pitch of the afternoon. He's been a little wild so far, and that one's outside the zone as well. It's 3-0. A lot of moves made in Major League Baseball during the last couple of weeks after the lockout. Here's a 3-0 pitch, and it's taken for a strike right down Main Street. It's 3-1. You might have missed it. Anthony Rizzo went back to the New York Yankees on a 2-year deal. Heck of a deal by the Yankees. I was surprised that he signed for as low as he did. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it's inside. Ball 4. Dansby Swanson will jog down to first base. We got runner on first, nobody out, and that'll bring up Eddie Rosario. Rosario flipping the lineup over, hitting leadoff today. The right fielder who played pretty much left field all last year for the Braves. after the trade. Here's the first pitch, and it is on the outside part of the plate. Curveball, it's 1-0. Rosario put into a 3-year deal with Atlanta. Gives him a great stick at the top of the lineup. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that is called for a ball. That one looked like it might have touched the zone, but we'll take it. It's 2-0. Got to wonder how much longer they'll let Tanner Hoke run out there today. 44th pitch of the afternoon, and it is a fastball swung on and hit high enough for rain, and looks like the wind catches it. The center field loses it. It's going to drop in the very shallow center field, and when all the dust settles, you got a runner on third and a runner on second. They'll end up giving Rosario a double on that play, but I'm sure the center fielder Duran will tell you he should have had it, but it was hit high into the Florida sky, and that sun, he just absolutely lost it. I don't think he ever saw it. Center fielder Duran, I mean, we're talking about he's 100 feet at least away from that ball. So runners on second and third with nobody out. That'll bring Olsen up to the plate, and it is first pitch swung on and hit back up the middle right into the shift. So he'll flip it over to first base for the out, but not before Dansby Swanson scores. It's 1-0, your Atlanta Braves. Really, really odd play out there in center field. Duran, I mean, there's no way he saw that ball. It was, like I said, easily 100. It probably dropped 20 feet, 30 feet from second base. And the center fielder for the Red Sox was almost on the warning track. Here's the first pitch to Austin Riley, taken for a ball outside. It's 1-0. Atlanta 1, Boston 0. Your score, bottom of the third inning. We're expecting to see some good arms from both Atlanta and Boston pitching today. And finally get a chance to see Mr. Kenley Jansen. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it swung on and hammered high and deep into right field, going back. Just goes foul. I mean, just barely foul. Almost a 2-run shot. Instead, it's just a really loud strike. Riley will walk back to the plate with the 1-1 count. Rosario standing on third after getting a gift double. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is swung on and missed for a strike on the outer part of the plate. It's 1-2. Riley would like to find any way to get that runner in. Riley looks to be in pretty darn good shape. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball high and taken for a ball. It's 2-2. On deck, Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna looks to be in very good shape as well. Remember a couple of years ago, he came in and he looked a little heavy, but looks to be in great shape this year. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is a changeup on the outside, missed off the plate. It's 3-2. Full count to Riley. 51st pitch of the game for Tanner Hoke, and he is got to be towards the end of his string. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Riley, and he swings, sticks his foot in the ground, and powers it into center field for a single, roasts it, and here comes Rosario to score. It's 2-0, your Atlanta Braves. Good job of hitting there by Riley. Riley didn't try to do too much. Took the pitch on the outside part of the plate and just drove it into center field. That is a great piece of hitting. A great sign if you're a Braves fan. Here's Ozuna, runner on first, one away. He takes a changeup inside, and it's 1-0. Appreciate you spending your afternoon with us today. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's inside. It almost hits Ozuna again. You got to start wondering if you're Ozuna. That's the third pitch he's almost hit him with today. Now, he has been very erratic. You just wonder what's going on there. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Tanner Hoke to Ozuna. And it is a fastball inside right at the knees. Called for a strike. It's 2-1. Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball are back, and we're less than 2 weeks away from opening day. There's going to be a lot of stuff going on here in the next few weeks. Here's a 2-1 pitch, fastball taken for a ball outside part of the zone, and it's 3-1. You got Sweet 16 action, couple of good games last night. I'm expecting some really good ones tonight. That UCLA North Carolina game, looking forward to that. It's a late tip, but I plan on staying up for that one. Then you've got the rest of the Sweet 16 action tomorrow night and Sunday. You got the minor league baseball, minor league baseball season starting, spring training ending. Here's a changeup on the 3-1 count. It's way off the plate. Nice eye by Ozuna, and he'll walk down to first. Runners on first and second, one away. Already given up 2 runs in the inning, and that was the 56th pitch of the game. You wonder how much longer Tanner's going to be out there, but Bush is out there talking to him. Their pitching coach doesn't look like he's coming out. Now, a lot of these pitchers have came into camp a little more stretched out than normal. So they might be just saying, you don't know what the number. My guess is it's going to be somewhere between 65 and 75 with Tanner today. We're expecting Barnes, Davis, Bello, and Hernandez to all come into the game today. For the Atlanta Braves, you're going to see Kyle Muller. You're going to see Will Smith. The newly added Tyler Thornburg and Kenley Jansen are scheduled. Here's the first pitch to Dickerson, who takes it for a ball. It's 1-0. Good eye by Dickerson. Dickerson walked his first time up. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Dickerson, fastball inside. Dickerson fights it off, fouls it back. It's 1-1. You've got a lot of things going on in the world of sports. Major League Baseball would have had opening day coming on Thursday. Here's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-1. 2-1, excuse me. After the game today at 6 p.m. Eastern, Justin and I will be on the Armchair Quarterbacks show. We're going to be talking Braves baseball and all kinds of things in the world of sports, some NFL. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Dickerson, and it's way off the plate. It's 3-1. I think Tanner Hoke is about out of gas. You got to wonder how much longer they're going to leave him out there. Next Thursday, when we do our Thirsty Thursday starting at 6:30 Eastern, top of the hour, the 7 o'clock Eastern, you fantasy baseball players out there, we're going to be doing a live draft on the air. Here's a fastball, 3-1 count, fouled back and hit up against the screen. It's 3-2. Me and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks will be sharing our screen and showing our thought process and talking through the draft. It's our annual trophy draft where we're competing for a trophy, And it's a lot of fun. We did it with football this year, and we're going to continue to do it with baseball. And should be a lot of fun. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it's an off speed outside, way off the plate. Dickerson takes it for a ball, and that's going to do it for Mr. Tanner Hoke. Bases are loaded, one away. Joey Cora runs to the mound. Go to a pitching change. We'll be right back.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Armchair Quarterbacks Radio. Always just moments away from the big play.
There's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's the flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass, and it's in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. The new pitcher will be Wallace, right-hander for the Boston Red Sox. If you missed it earlier today, a quote has came out about from Dave Roberts, the manager of the Dodgers. Now, he made the comment yesterday on Dan Patrick's radio show. I believe it was yesterday. Maybe it was early this morning. But he guaranteed a LA Dodger World Series title. And so that obviously is going viral. I think it's just coach speak trying to fire up his team. But a couple of analysts have really jumped on it, and we'll discuss it tonight for the Armchair Quarterback show. But should be a fun topic because I believe they got worse. I know they added Freddie Freeman. Here's the first pitch from Wallace, and it's a fastball inside on Ozzy's hand, swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. Bases loaded. Ozzy Albies at the plate, batting from the left side, facing the right-handed Wallace. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball hit high and deep into center field, going back, up against the warning track. He'll make the catch. Fires it into the infield, but not before Austin Riley crosses the plate to make it 3-0 Atlanta. Runner advances from second to third, so you got runners on first, runners on third, 2 away with Adam Duvall coming to the plate. Good bit of hitting there by Ozzy Albies. Didn't try to do too much. Got the automatic RBI in. So Braves 3-0. Duvall comes to the plate. Remember that mammoth shot that he hit in the World Series, Game 5? Is it bottom of the first or bottom of the second? And it felt like the Atlanta Braves were heading to history, winning the championship that night, but it was not to be. The Braves did not have the pitching to be able to keep it together. They won it a couple of nights later in Houston. Here's 1-0 pitch to Adam Duvall, and it is a fastball just below the knees. They'll call it a ball. Kind of a tight zone for spring training. It's 2-0. Braves will take it, but you don't normally see Blue with this tight of a zone, and he's got a tight zone for a spring training game. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Duvall, 2 away, and it is another fastball just a little higher than the last one, called for a strike. It's 2-1. Really like the spring training hats for this year for Major League Baseball. Glad to see they use some common sense and realize spring training needs a mesh hat so you can get hot out there. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a fastball way off the zone, and it's 3-1 to Adam Duvall. Travis d'Arnaud stands on deck. Runners on first and third, 2 away, 3-1 count. Here's the delivery, and it is hit high, but a can of corn easily playable into right field. That was a skyscraper, but it'll be an out. So that'll end the inning, but not before the Braves make it 3-0. We head to the top of the fourth.
Yellow. What delay industries?
No.
Way off. Well, yeah, that's the right number, but this isn't an apartment.
No,
What?
stay
How did you know who that was? And you want to be my latex cell.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, and the Saturday afternoon games, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
How can 6 of you miss a play like that? All 6 of you. The ball jumped out of there as soon as we made contact. And nobody. I thought you were talking about you being on the field. No. What?
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has. It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. It's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality, great public fools in baseball and great public heroes and self-serving people and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball, and looks like the day is done for Ian Anderson. 3 innings, 2 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, and 4 Ks. Pretty good outing for Ian. Had a couple of pockets there where he was losing the ball low, but other than that, looked really good for this stage of spring. And Christian Vasquez is coming to the plate now. Atlanta leading 3-0. If you're just joining us, the Braves plated 3 in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And here's the first pitch from Thornburg, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Called for a strike. It's 0-1. See this news. Johnny Manziel is going to try to make another comeback to play professional football. Here's a fastball hit high. It's a can of corn in center field, quickly corralled by Duvall. There's one away. Something called the Fan-Controlled Football League has announced the return of Johnny Manziel for season 2. Have not seen it. I don't even know where it's available, but the Fan-Controlled Football League. And they are beginning the same day that the USFL is beginning, April 16th. Here's first pitch by Thornburg. Fastball swung on and missed by Ramos. Blistering right past his hands, and it's 0-1. Thornburg working pretty fast. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Curveball swung on and grounded over to the right-hand side, but it'll go foul. It's now 0-2. See how long the starters are in right now. Does look like they've all stayed in so far. Ian Anderson, starting pitcher's out for the Braves, but Thornburg taking over. If you missed it earlier, here's a fastball swung on and fouled into the seats. We'll do it again at 0-2. We were expecting to see Kenley Jansen take the mound today for the Braves, along with Kyle Muller and Will Smith. We'll see if that continues to be the case. They don't always get to the guys they want to get to. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball sawed off on his hands, fouled back inside. We'll do it again at 0-2. High Florida sun in the sky. Folks out there in their short sleeves, drinking some cold ones. Gotta love springtime baseball. Here's the 0-2 delivery. It's a fastball taken high. Good eye by Ramos, and it's 1-2. Thornburg rocks and fires, and it is a fastball inside, but called for a third strike. Caught watching the paint dry. Ramos will go catch the pine, and there's 2 away in the Boston 4th. Braves 3, Red Sox nothing. Should bring Ref Snyder to the plate. Ref Snyder steps in. First pitch is about a 58-foot curveball, bounces away from Darnaud, and it's 1-0. Thornburg, for people who are not familiar with him, it's kind of bounced around the league a little bit, but is known for, he was in Cincinnati, Boston, and Milwaukee prior to this, but has been known for a high strikeout rate. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's a curveball in the dirt. It's 2-0. Last year, almost 13 strikeouts per 9 innings with a 12.9. The year before, 10.6. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and it's a fastball swung on and grounded over to the left-hand side. Dansby's on it. Dansby scoops it, fires it over to first. Easily played by Olsen, and there's 3 away. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning. The Braves grab the bats. Rosario, Olsen, and Riley due up. We'll be back in a flash.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Red Polly, Red Polly. Blue Poncho, Blue Poncho. Dilly, Rambo, Rambo. Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks on CBS Sports Radio.
Chop, Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Cali, Buffalo. Check, hey, Short Ox, Luda, Raiders. Omaha,
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This has got to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What?
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Of all baseball's ancestors, town ball was by far the most popular. Under its rules, the infield was square. 8 to 15 men played on a side, sometimes as many as 50. The pitcher or feeder was the least important player. It was his job to lob the ball to the striker, who could wait and wait for the pitch he wanted. The runner was out if the ball was caught on the fly, or if he was soaked, hit with the ball while running between bases.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 3-0, getting 3 runs in the bottom of the third inning. They'll send Rosario, Olsen, and Riley, the top of the order, back up to the plate, and Matt Barnes takes over for the Red Sox. He's got a 3.79 ERA with 84 strikeouts in 54 innings last year. He was the closer, and then he kind of lost it towards the end of the year, putting the Red Sox in a bind. But definitely has good stuff. Here's the first pitch, and it's a fastball high and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Travis d'Arnaud is at the plate. So they had it listed wrong. I do apologize. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's high. Once again, it's 2-0. I thought that was a little odd, but thought I'd misremembered it. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is swung on for a strike. It's 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a curveball in the dirt, taken for a ball. It's now 3-1 to Travis d'Arnaud. Travis d'Arnaud expecting to be the everyday catcher for the Braves this year, signing that 2-year extension last summer, but they did add Manny Pena. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it is a fastball hammered down the left field line, but foul, and it's 3-2. Manny Pena coming over free agency from the Milwaukee Brewers is known as a defensive specialist, will help keep d'Arnaud healthy and fresh, but he does have some power in his bat, so he's not a complete loss. Here's the 3-2 pitch to d'Arnaud, fastball, and could not catch up with the high heat. Strikeout. Number 1 for Barnes. There's one away. Manny Pena, most of y'all will remember him from last fall in the playoffs versus the Brewers. Has an absolute rifle for an arm. Looking forward to seeing that. They're still wanting to develop Contreras, and I don't believe he'll make the opening day roster. The hope is Contreras will be ready in some capacity for the Braves at some point this year. The defense is where he really needs to work on. And when he came up offensively, he came out hot, and then he struggled a little bit, so they'll be working on that as well. First pitch to Swanson is hit foul, man. That wind is really ripping out there into left field. Flags are just absolutely waving as hard as they can. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball held up out of the zone. They're going to call that a strike on Swanson. I'm not buying it, but it's 0-2. Looked like he held up on that pitch. But Blue said he went around. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Swanson, and it is a curveball swung on in the dirt. He did go around on that one, and it's strikeout number 2 for Barnes. Keep you abreast of all the breaking news going on around the world of sports, as well as the scoreboard. Got some good games tonight, some good college basketball games. How's everyone's bracket doing out there? There's not a single number 1 seed left. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Sorry. Here's the first pitch to Rosario, 3-0 your score. And it is a curveball inside. It's 0-1. Called for a strike. Looked like it went just a little bit inside, but they called it a strike. Here's a fastball by Barnes. High heat, swung on and missed. A little bit out of the zone, but he chased. It's 0-2. Rays lead the Orioles 4-1 in the bottom of the 4th. Cardinals 3-2 over the Nationals, top of the 5th. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Rosario. Inside, looked like he held up. He did. It's 1-2. Phillies 3-2 over the Yankees. Twins and Pirates are tied at 1. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Rosario, and it is a curveball taken for another ball inside. Breaking pitch. It's 2-2. Two-two pitch to Rosario from Barnes. 2 outs. Nobody on. And fastball swung on and missed. Right in on the hand. Strikeout number 3. Barnes strikes out the side. We head to the top of the 5th. Atlanta 3, Boston 0.
Eric, work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They'd call it super wonderful, crazy fun time. Or skippity-doo.
What do we do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but then... Hold on. Trey Sean, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it.
Okay, I got you.
I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special teams, it's all one. You let them run that kickback, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love. Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill.
Bill. Fine.
Bill. Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Treson comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be yeah, there it is. Another
Armchair.
I'm not playing, you stupid game!
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball, and Kenley Jansen's on the mound for the Atlanta Braves. Big right-hander. Been quoted as saying that he grew up dreaming one day of playing for the Atlanta Braves. Coming to the ballpark, watching his heroes like Andrew Jones. Here's an interesting tweet put out by Robert Flores of MLB Network, ranking the top 5 teams, ranking them 1 to 5 on the chances to win this year's World Series. This is interesting because Flores is a big Astros fan. He's from the Houston area. He's got the White Sox at number 5, the Mets at number 4, the Blue Jays at number 3, the Dodgers at number 2, and number 1, he's saying the Atlanta Braves, best chance to win the World Series, meaning a repeat of last year. Wouldn't that be something? Kenley Jansen steps in up against Kristen Stewart, righty versus lefty matchup. Jansen fires and delivers fastball high and outside the zone. It's 0-1. He got a nice round of applause by the fans there. It's going to be a thunderous roar in Atlanta, I know, because it'll be with the game on the line. This is a spring training standing ovation, much different than regular season. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Might have been the cutter, 88 miles an hour, and it's 0-2. Jansen, one of the best to do it over the last decade of baseball. Braves just hope he's got at least one more good year left in him. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is just inside. Looked like a fastball two-seamer that just didn't dance back inside over the plate. It's 1-2. Almost looked like an old Greg Maddux two-seamer. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Jansen, and he rocks back and fires. Fastball high outside the zone. It's 2-2. Even as a seasoned veteran, you got to expect Jansen's nerves have got to be high up. This is the first time he's ever pitched for a major league team that wasn't the Dodgers. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Delivery swung on and hit high into left field, but easily playable. And underneath it is Ozuna, and there's one away. Kenley Jansen, last year, 38 saves. Has had well over 35 saves since 2014, if you don't count the season that was shortened by COVID in 2020. Here's the first pitch from Jansen to Arouse, and it is taken for a ball inside. Look like a changeup. It's 1-0. Jonathan Arouse struck out in the second inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball swung on and hit into center field, easily playable. High enough for rain, but it'll be out number 2 as Duvall got underneath it, corralled it. Kenley Jansen, 2 batters, 2 outs. I'm sure he'd love to get a strikeout, but just working off the rust here. Just wants to be ready for regular season play. First pitch to Fitzgerald is on the outside part of the plate. It's 1-0. Look like probably the cutter. He throws a two-seamer. He throws a cutter. He throws a breaking pitch. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is right down Main Street. Called for a strike. It's 1-1. Doesn't necessarily overpower you with the velocity, but it's the movement that Jansen gets. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And it is a changeup in the dirt. It's 2-1. Fitzgerald hitting number 9. Arroyo on deck. 2-1 pitch from Jansen. He rocks and fires. Swung on. Strike number 2. Just a strike away from getting his first strikeout as an Atlanta Brave, albeit spring training. See what he goes to. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Jansen. They set up inside. Delivery. Here, swung on and hit out of play, fouled back. We'll do it again at 2-2. Should be a nice couple of next days here in the state of Florida. Been dealing with a lot of rain recently, but they're calling for good forecast. We'll be back here. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's inside. Looks like he took something off of that. And it's 3-2. We'll be back here Wednesday against these same Boston Red Sox. And then Friday, it's against the Minnesota Twins, I believe. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 3-2. We will be here opening day against the Cincinnati Reds, 7:20 first pitch. Pregame show will come on at 6:30 that night. Tones Areola on the call with me. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is fouled back off of Darnold's face mask. We'll do it again at 3-2. Typically Thursday is the MLB game of the week, and we do other teams. We'll be doing Braves baseball Tuesdays and Friday nights. I'll have the solo calls, but that Thursday, because it's opening day, et cetera, the defending World Series champion, that is the game of the week. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is a changeup in the dirt. Nice take by the left-hander. He ran down to first base. You don't see them run down to first base very often. Sorry, that threw me off. It was almost a sprint. And that's going to bring up, I believe we've got a pinch hitter. We'll see. Wait for them to announce it. No, that is Arroyo coming up. Okay. Arroyo comes up. And he swings at the first pitch. Fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. I thought I'd seen Boston make a move, but I guess they're leaving their starters in fairly long today. You got to start getting everyone in shape, obviously. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is inside. Cutter caught him looking. It's 0-2. Not a pitch he could do much with there, so good eye by Arroyo to live to fight another day. 0-2 pitch, runner on first, 2 away. Here's the delivery by Jansen, swung on and hit into right field. The ball is going to be bobbled and, oh man, an old-fashioned error. The ball is going to roll to the back of the wall. Rosario had a terrible play on it. It looks like it took a funny hop, but did not get in front of it. Skips over his glove all the way to the wall. Arroyo gets on his horse, flies into third. The runner scores. It's 3-1. Atlanta, Boston's on the board. Kind of a lazy attempt out there in right field by Rosario. He's been known to have these defensive gaffes. That ball took a kind of a high hop, and it went off the skipped off his glove and then caromed all the way to the wall. So that's going to be an E9 with a single. And here's first pitch to Duran. He takes it outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Two singles, a stolen base for Duran. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is cutter inside, swung on and ripped down the right field line, but not before Olsen grabs it, steps on the pillow, and we get out of the inning. So that'll do it. The Braves 3, Boston 1, heading to the top of the 6th. We'll be back in a flash.
Yeah. Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz in the deep right field.
Touch the ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bat.
Armchair.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a. You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Atlanta leads at 3-1. Boston scoring off the error by Rosario. He's playing a little bit out of position. He's out in right field, but no excuse for that one. It was just a ball that hopped over his glove and didn't get in front of it. But Atlanta leads at 3-1. It is spring training. That's what these games are for, to get him ready for opening day. So hopefully he gets all that out of his system before the season begins. Here's the first pitch from the new pitcher from the Boston Red Sox. It's Davis, and he throws a fastball on the outside part of the plate to Matt Olson. They called that a strike. No, I'm sorry. It's 1-1. I thought they called that a strike, but it was outside. Here's another fastball working fast. Here is Davis, and it is a fastball outside the zone. It's 2-1. Braves 3, Boston 1. Austin Davis, 1-2 record with a 5.13 ERA last season in 29 appearances. Here's the 2-1 sweeping slider out of the zone, and it's 3-1. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Fastball across the chest, swung on and missed. It's 3-2. Notice the Yankees are getting Aroldis Chapman some work in today. They're playing Philadelphia in the Baycare ballpark, trailing the Phillies 3-1. Phillies A lot of big bats they signed in the offseason. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Olsen. He fouls it back and will do it again. Full count, 3-2. Bottom of the fifth inning. No outs. Chapman and Schwarber just squared off, and Chapman got the better of him. And here's a 3-2 pitch, another sweeping slider. He's trying to hit the zone with, but it's outside. And Olsen, good eye, takes it for a walk. Leadoff walk by Matt Olsen. He's going to come out for a pinch runner, so his day is done. This is about when you see most of the starters come out, around the fifth inning-ish. You want to get some of your younger guys some playing time. You want to make sure that your veterans stay healthy. So that'll bring up Austin Riley. First pitch, lefty-righty matchup. He smacks it foul, out of play. It's 0-1. Austin Riley 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the third. Scored a run. Part of a 3-run inning for your Atlanta Braves. Oh, 1 pitch. And here's a fastball. It is hit high and deep, hammered to left field, but I think the wind is going to knock it down. Caught before the warning track in left field. That's one away. Ball was absolutely tattooed, but that wind just knocked it down. I told you how strong that wind was out there in left field. I believe that's out of the ballpark in Atlanta. That'll bring up Ozuna. He takes a first pitch swing and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is swung on, fouled back again. First baseman will give it chase. He'll make the catch in foul territory. Shaw was able to corral that. Looked like it was going to make its way out of play, but stayed in, and there's 2 away. Atlanta 3, Boston 1. Missed it earlier. Ian Anderson, 3 innings in his first outing of the spring. 3 innings, 2 hits, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. You want to hope to get him in probably next Wednesday or Thursday, and then maybe one more time before he would get the start that opening weekend. So they haven't came out with the rotation yet. You would think Max Fried is your opening day starter. We'll see what happens. Here's 1-0 pitch to Dickerson, lefty versus lefty matchup, and he takes it for a called strike. It's 1-1. Alex Dickerson, very patient hitter. Was talking with a San Francisco writer a few weeks ago when the Braves made the signing. He said he really does work the count and is a smart veteran hitter. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's fouled back. 1-2, the count on Dickerson. Fully expect Dickerson to make the roster, giving the Braves some depth off the bench, left-handed. Of course, you've got the DH in play this year as well. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Dickerson, and he fights off pitch in the zone, and it's 1-2. Braves versus Reds opening day. We'll have the action. Here's the fastball swung on and missed by Dickerson. Strike number 3. Nice pitch by Davis. We'll head to the top of the 6th inning. Atlanta leads it 3-1.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Make sure to keep it locked in here on Armchair Quarterback Radio. We're not one-trick ponies. We cover the entire NFL, past and present.
3rd down and 6 at the 9. And Bo Jackson to the 20 and out in front. And only one man to beat, and Easley can't run him down. He had the angle, but there goes Bo. And nobody catches Bo. Touchdown. Dion. Back when he started and then turns the corner into Giant territory and leave it to Dion to break it open for a touchdown. What a run.
Dion comes in as a receiver.
Sanders going his way, but there's double coverage. He's still able to beat the coverage, but intercepted by Sanders. Can he score again? Yep. There he goes, Dion Sanders, 71 yards. That's for Dion tonight, a 59-yard punt return for a TD, a 55-yard pass reception, a 39-yard punt return, and a 71-yard interception return.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. That's Stamps.com, promo code LISTEN.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Some of the starters are coming out of the game. You saw Matt Olson hit the pine. It looks like they might be done for Austin Riley as well. Braves lead at 3-1. Just a few, 13 days away from opening day. Let's go ahead and hit the scoreboard real quick as we're waiting for the next pitcher to warm up. Tampa Bay 7, Baltimore 2. Will Smith is in the game. He's going to face Travis Shaw. He's done warming up, and first pitch called strike. It's 0-1. St. Louis 5-2 over Washington. That game was in the 6th. Here's the pitch. Slider in the dirt, but he did go around. It's 0-2. That is the proverbial last half of a spring training game. If you offer it something even a little bit, they're going to call it a strike. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's fouled off at the plate. It's 0-2. Travis Shaw versus Will Smith. Lefty versus lefty matchup. Will Smith, of course, was absolutely dominant in the playoffs, posting a 0 ERA. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball high. And inside, it's 1-2. Whereas famously, it's been told that Will Smith willing to give up the closing role to bring Kenley Jansen in this year. Here's the 1-2 pitch, slider and outside the zone. It's 2-2. Adding Kenley Jansen to the night shift. If you're not familiar with that, it's the nickname the Braves have given their bullpen. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it swung on and missed strike three. Straight gas on the inside part of the plate, and Shaw could not keep up. There's one away. Pretty cool nickname for the Braves bullpen, the night shift. That night shift is going to be stacked. If everybody can stay healthy. Kenley Jansen, Will Smith, Tyler Matzik is back. AJ Minter, Luke Jackson. Here's the first pitch. Low and out of the zone to Vasquez. It's 1-0. A number of other pitchers that could make that bullpen extremely deep. Tyler Thornburg being one of them. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a curveball that drops in for a strike. It's 1-1. And then guys like Sean Newcomb, they're hoping to see him take the next step this year. Here's a fastball outside, pitch out range, and it's 2-1. Three to 1 is your score. We're in the top of the sixth inning. Atlanta doing all of their damage in the bottom of the third. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a fastball on the outer part of the plate. Called for a strike. It's 2-2. Two-two pitch from Will Smith. Here's the delivery, swung on, and it is rifled into right center field as the Braves were playing a hard right-handed shift. He hit it the opposite way. That'll put runner on first with one away. Nagowski is playing first base for the Atlanta Braves now. Nagowski, right-handed hitter, trying to make the team. Went to college at Florida State. Was drafted a few years back and is trying to make the squad. Here's the first pitch from Will Smith to Ramos. Swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Nagowski would give them some depth. You wonder if they might want to send him back down to make sure that he gets consistent at bats in case of an injury or whatnot. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider, drops in right there at the knees. And it's 0-2. (0-2) count, and swung on, strike three, slider dropped off the table. Could not hold up. That's out number 2. Phillies general manager Dave Dombrowski was on MLB Network today being interviewed by Chris Russo. Had some interesting things to say, but they did not address the fact that they did not help their starting pitching or their defense. They pretty much went after bullpen and offense. Be interesting to see how the Phillies make out with that. They did bring in Familia and Brad Hand, 2 solid relievers. But where's that starting pitching going to be this year for Philadelphia? Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider. Swung and hit high and deep, but playable all the way to the warning track. That's out number 3. We head to the bottom of the 6th. The Braves grab the sticks. We'll be right back.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. Braves baseball. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves country baseball. Here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Braves lead at 3-1. They're coming back up to bat here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Darwin Hernandez is coming in for the Red Sox, left-hander, 3.38 ERA yet last year. He's going to face Orlando Arcia, who is now in the game. First pitch swung on and missed, fastball, and it is 0-1. Braves and Boston will be back at it Wednesday. We will be right back here as well. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball inside, missed off the plate. It's 1-1. One pitch from Hernandez to Orlando Arcia, and slider off the plate. It's 2-1. Braves got Arcia and traded with Milwaukee last year. Expected more of a output by him, as he was always a decent fielder and batsman in Milwaukee. Never really did much this past year. They're hoping more from him this year. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a fastball right there on the knees, called for a strike. It's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's inside for a ball. Full count at 3-2. Here's the 3-2 payoff pitch. Fastball swung on and right past Arcia's bat. Too much heat. And strikeout number 1 for Hernandez. There's one away. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on by Heredia, who's finally into the ball game. Guillermo Heredia sends a shot back up the middle, and it's a single, a clean single there. One out single. to get Heredia on first in the Braves' 6th inning. Last night, we ranked our top 10 our top 10 free agent and trade off seasons by Major League and NFL, Major League Baseball and the NFL. We kind of mixed it together. It's a lot of fun last night, Joey and Tones and I. Tonight, Justin and I are going to rank the 3 dumbest moves in the off season. Here's the 0-1 pitch to William Contreras, who's in the game, and he swings and hits a hot shot into center field. Another single. There's runners on first and second. 1 away. The Braves got something cooking. Righty versus lefty matchup. They are catching Hernandez is catching a big part of the plate, and they're sending it right back up the middle. Obviously, in spring training, there's always a lot of substitutions. We won't try to keep you up with it, as we'll just mention it as it goes. It's a lot to keep up with. So if you are scoring at home, I do apologize, but it is an insane amount of moves that both teams end up making. Here's the first pitch to Valleca, and he swings and pops it up into center field. It's an easy playable ball. That's going to be 2 away. Swinging at the first pitch. There's 2 on, 2 out. That should roll over. We'll see who they send to the plate, because they're starting to make a lot of substitutions. And it looks like Demerit's going to come to the plate, hitting in the leadoff position now. Travis Demerit, 285 with 22 home runs, 58 RBIs last year in the minors. First pitch inside, called for a strike. It's 0-1. So you saw the stars at the beginning of the game. Now you're going to get to see some of these young kids and see what they can do, along with some of the veterans who plan on being Heredia and Arcia. You expect them to be on the opening day roster. Some of these other guys are trying to make an impression, see if they can slide in there. 0-1 pitch is inside, and it's 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Slider in the dirt. Good eye by Demerit, and it's now 2-1. Merritt should go in there and play in the outfield. We'll get all that caught up once we see them take the field. Some of these guys, they only get them in there for an at bat and then pull them out. Here's the 2-1 pitch, fastball outside, and almost got away from the catcher. Good defensive play, and it's now 3-1. Here's a 3-1 pitch. Travis Demerit, runners on first and second, 2 away. Here's the delivery. Swung on and missed. In fact, the bat came out of Travis's hand. Luckily, did not hit anybody. Bat boy's going to grab it, and he's going to spray some stickum on his hands and make sure that doesn't happen again. Thankfully, those screens are there nowadays. That bat would have went into the crowd. Speaking of bat boys, did y'all see this yesterday? Arizona Fall League, the San Francisco Giants, 2 of their players, and forgive me, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't remember who the players were, but they had to both play bat boy. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and inside for a ball. That'll load the bases. Travis will head down to first. Bases loaded now. And it looks like Nagalski will be coming to the plate. But the San Francisco Giants had a fantasy football league. And the two guys that finished in last place yesterday they were put in Giants jerseys with a big L on the back, and they both had to perform bat boy duties. Here's the first pitch to Nogowski inside, and at his feet, it's 1-0. John Nogowski at 233, 1 home run and 14 RBIs last year in 53 games. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's swung on and roasted into left field. That's going to bring a run in. That may bring in two, as that will bring in two. And the Atlanta Braves take a 5-1 lead. Nice piece of hitting by John Nogowski, who's trying to make this team. John Nogowski got a fastball and just sent it through the 5-6 hole into left field. Good job by the left fielder to get the ball in. That ball was just outside the outstretched glove of the third baseman. Talked about this earlier. Nogowski is from Tallahassee, Florida, played college at Florida State, was drafted by the Oakland A's. And he's trying to make this team. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swung on by Brock Holt, who is now in the game, and it's fouled back out of play off the screen. Would have went into the seats if it weren't for the netting. And it's 1-1. That's pretty far back for them to have the netting. I understand the netting when it's right there up against the third base line, like in Yankee Stadium, et cetera. But there's a big amount of foul territory there. I think I'd be upset if I was a fan with the netting there. Here's the 1-1 pitch outside, called for a ball. It's 2-1. Brock Holt, another veteran trying to make this team, played for the Red Sox and is a bit of a utility knife. Here's the 2-1 pitch, fastball inside, fouled back up against the netting. It's 2-1. It's 2-2. Holt can play all over the diamond. I believe catcher and pitcher, the only two positions he has not played in his Major League Baseball career. Here's a fastball hammered inside, and it'll find its way into right field as it gets just underneath the outstretched glove of the second baseman. Around to score. The Braves have now a 6-1 lead. Good piece of hitting by Brock Holt. Nogowski was chased back to second base. He was thinking about going first to third. He got back before the tag. So there's runners on first and second, 2 away. They're leaving Hernandez in. He's given up 3 runs, 2 1/3, 23 innings pitched. He's even looking in the dugout. I think he's thinking to himself, are you sure? Are we sure we don't want to bring me some help right now? He's out there. They're expecting him to finish this inning off. This is going to bring the young phenom Michael Harris II up to the plate. It's a slider inside for a strike. Lefty versus lefty matchup. It's 0-1. Harris, Atlanta's top prospect, still probably a year or so away. Phenomenal outfielder, just 20 years old, and they expect big things from him. Just an all-around great hitter. Solid power, high average, 5-tool player. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a fastball outside the zone. It's 2-1. Atlanta 6, Boston 1, bottom of the 6th inning. Great day for baseball. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a fastball just outside the zone and low. It's now 3-1 to Michael Harris. Fans are clamoring, wanting to see Harris come up, but I don't think that's fair to him or Drew Waters. I think both of them will stay down in the minors, and they'll do it with the veterans. Here's the 3-1 pitch, fastball outside. Good eye by Harris, and Harris is going to jog down to first. Bases loaded. 2 away. Hernandez still out there. Now 28 pitches into the inning. And this is going to bring up the left-handed bat of Ryan Goins, the third baseman for the Atlanta Braves. Hit .233 with 6 home runs last year in the minor leagues. He swings at the first pitch and rolls it over to second. It's corralled by the second baseman. He flips it over to first, and that'll get the Red Sox out of the inning, but not before. The Atlanta Braves score 3, making it 6-1. We'll be back in a flash for the 7th inning.
You play to win the game.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Brad, you might know the answer, but where's Dobbs' eyebrows? I have to know. The kid looks like an alien.
I actually found out where Dobbs' eyebrows went to. He mailed them to Anthony Davis of the Pelicans.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormon. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
Welcome back here to Braves Country. We've got 3 innings left here. The 7th inning. We'll have the 7th inning stretch here in a bit. I'm going to try something different with the 7th inning stretch. Put something together for y'all for the 7th inning stretch this year. We hope you like it. Atlanta leads at 6-1. And the Braves bats have actually they haven't even been knocking them out of the park. They've just been playing smart baseball, working the count. Kyle Muller has come into the game. We've been looking forward to this. First pitch is a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The big left-hander. Lefty versus lefty matchup versus Kristen Stewart. Fastball inside, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Kyle Muller, 2-4 record with a 4.17 ERA and 8 starts last year, 1.25 whip, But he was big in some big spots. Here's a fastball outside, swung on and missed. Strike 3. sit him down. And the big country left-hander has got his first out here in the spring. Think he has a good chance of maybe making the team, maybe not at the very beginning, but I do suspect that Muller will have an opportunity along with Davidson and Dylan Lee for that matter to get some very important starts this year. Here's the fastball. As a Rouse sticks in righty versus lefty at the knees, it's 1-0. Muller working fast. He rocks and fires, fouled back down the third base line, and it's 1-1. Six to 1 is your score for your Atlanta Braves. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Looked like the biting slider down, swung over the top of it, and it's 1-2. Nasty pitch by Muller. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt. Almost hits second baseman, gets out of the way, and it's 2-2. Two-two pitch. Down out of the zone. It's now full. It's 3-2. Muller had a big start against the Mets, the doubleheader last year. Against DeGrom, almost got the W. Really good outing. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is swung on and fouled off the foot of Arouse, and it goes foul, and he is down. He's slowly, gingerly getting up. Hate to see anybody get injured in spring training games, especially. We'll do it again at 3-2. Rouse trying to get his wits about him. It looked like that hit him right on the ankle. You know, it stings. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and it is a fastball outside. Ball number 4. Heading down to first base on the free pass is Arouse, and runner on first, one away. And Fitzgerald will come to the plate. This will be a lefty versus lefty matchup. It's got to be a difficult look for any lefty to face Muller. So big and imposing with the wide wingspan. Here's the first pitch, fastball inside. Looked like it might have been off the plate. Fitzgerald didn't like it, but it's when we called for a strike. It's 0-1. Darnode sets up outside. Here's the pitch, and it is a fastball right down Main Street. Could not catch up, looking for the local, and got the express, and it's 0-2. Notice Familia and Brad Hand are both pitching in for the Phillies today, two of their biggest acquisitions in the offseason. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and in the dirt. Nice job of keeping that ball from getting away by Darnode. It's 1-2. Atlanta 6, Boston 1, top of the 7th. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and popped up high into center field. Heredia is underneath it. He'll corral it, and there's quickly 2 away, 1 runner on in the Red Sox 7th. That's going to bring up, looks like Paulino for the Boston Red Sox. It's coming in to pinch hit for Arroyo. lefty versus lefty matchup. Muller fires it over to first, and Moss is caught off the bag. He's out. Pick him off. That'll end the inning. Braves up 6-1. Time to stretch for your 7th inning.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every Sue. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show. But Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, scratch around at the old ball game.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves 6, Boston 1, bottom of the 7th inning. Orlando Arcia at the bat takes the 0-1 pitch outside. It's 1-1. One count. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. Call it inside. It's 2-1. Two-one pitch from Hernandez. He's back out there. Hard to believe. And it's outside. It's 3-1. Struggled mightily in the last inning, but guess they're wanting to get some work in there for Hernandez. Remember, the Red Sox lost Erod. He went to the Detroit Tigers. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it swung on and fisted into left field. It'll drop for a single, and Arcia's on. Once again, the Braves got something going. Here in the bottom of the 7th, leadoff single. Orlando Arcia now. Arcia trying to prove that he can bring some life to the bench of the Atlanta Braves that'll be needed, especially in the early part of the season. Here's the first pitch to Guillermo Heredia. Fouls it back against the screen. It's 0-1. Remember, Heredia was the mascot, so to speak, for the Atlanta Braves last year. After the Panda was traded, and this is right after the injury, here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's inside. but it'll call it a strike. It's 0-2. They were doing the Panda hugs and everything. Of course, the Panda gets traded and heads to Cleveland. This was a part of the Rosario trade. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and popped high into left field. Heredia not happy with his swing. It's an easy out. And Arcia races back to first. 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th. Heredia pulled out these pink swords that he brought in, plastic swords, and was swinging them around in the clubhouse and whatnot. Everyone was kind of laughing about it. Anyways, it became a thing. It became a thing with the Braves where it was a part of their celebration. I think we most remember the walk-off come from behind victory that the Braves had with against the Marlins on a Sunday afternoon. I want to say it was Memorial Day weekend, but regardless, he's running around swinging the swords. This became a thing with the Braves, and it carried them all the way into the World Series. So he's kind of a fire plug. The Red Sox are making a pitching change. We're going to stay right here. They ought to be back really quick. So during that pitching change, going to go ahead and get you caught up in the world of sports and on what's going on. The Yankees are leading the Phillies now 4-3. So much for that bullpen being shut down. Hand is getting it handed to him right now. 23 pitches into the 6th inning, and he is giving up 2 runs. He's got 2 runners on as well. Some news out of the NFL. Former Lions running back Gerard Davis is returning to play for Detroit after spending last year with the Jets. And there is some momentum being reported for a possible rule to the NFL overtime rule change. Now, they need 24 of the 32 votes, 75%, to get it overchanged. But there are many folks that are opposed to changing the overtime rule. Speaking of that, the Ghost Runner appears like it's going to be back after being told that it wasn't. It looks like that they will bring it back. And there's been a rule change. They're calling it the Ohtani rule. If your starting pitcher is your DH and the pitcher leaves, the pitcher could continue to DH while the next pitchers come in. So that's an amendment to the original rule. They're doing that to make it more exciting for the fans to be able to continue to see Ohtani swing the bat. Shannon Sullivan signed with the Vikings. We're back in action now. It's going to be Herman coming in for the Boston Red Sox. He's going to face William Contreras, 1 on, 1 away. 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Strike 2, and it's 0-2. Contreras' brother, Wilson, starting catcher for the Cubs and one of the best in the game. They believe Williams' stick can be just as good, if not better, but his defense has to catch up. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and popped high into shallow center field. Playable and caught for an easy second out. Arcia still on first with 2 away. Braves lead at 6-1, bottom of the 7th inning. And it looks like Pat Valaika is going to come in Mon fires it over to first base to keep Arcia close. He goes diving in well below the tag. We'll do it again here. Runner on first, 2 away. Pat Valleca, the batter. Here's the pitch swung on and hit high into right center field. Easily playable. Red Sox will squeeze it and end the inning. We head to the top of the 8th. Boston trails 6-1.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I wanted to see where that was going. The steroids, if we would have left it alone, dude, we would have had guys the size of McGuire playing second base by now. You know, it would have been awesome. And because they were so roided up, there would have been no defense anyway, so you wouldn't have to worry about these shifts. You know, they'd barely be able to move. It would have been awesome. They should have just left the game alone. But no, we got to worry about everybody's kidney failure and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's none of my business.
Make 2021 your year. Learn with purpose with the Great Courses Plus. You'll have unlimited access to enlightening, engaging, in-depth video and audio courses on hundreds of topics taught by incredible professors. And you can learn anywhere, anytime with the Great Courses Plus app. What purpose awaits you? Find out today with a free trial. Sign up at thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio. Remember, thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman, hit high and deep into center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama-lama, ding dong. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas. Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 6-1. 3 in the bottom of the 3rd, 3 in the bottom of the 6th. Kyle Muller is going to go back out there on the mound, see how much work he gets in today. He's pitched 1 inning so far, only 14 pitches. Here's the first pitch to Paulino, lefty versus lefty, fastball right across the numbers, and it's 0-1. Tampa Bay leads Baltimore 8-2, the top of the 7th. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is it's a curveball. Nice pitch. Pulled the string on that, and it's 0-2. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and another curveball swung on and pulled foul to the right-hand side. We'll do it again at 0-2. Lefty versus lefty matchup with Paulino and Muller. Muller, the big left-hander, trying to make the squad. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Fastball right down Main Street. High gas, and it is a strike 'em out. He was absolutely punched out on that one. I mean, that was could not keep up with that. Muller bringing the heat. It's going to be Duran versus Muller, lefty-righty matchup here versus the center fielder. Here's a curveball, and it hits the zone little high, but it will take the strike. It's 0-1. Definitely a strike, but not where you want to put that pitch. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball outside the zone. It's 1-1. One pitch, and it's taken for a ball just outside the zone. He did not go around. It's 1-2. They're saying now that is now McDonough who is batting second. So they've updated that. So it's McDonough that is in for the game, in for the center fielder. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on, and straight cheese. Pat, he snuck it right past the trap. Strike him out. Second strikeout of the inning. There's 2 away for Kyle Muller and the Atlanta Braves. They've gotten Jansen in. They've gotten Thornburg in. They've gotten Muller in. It'll be interesting to see if Muller continues the way he's going here, if they'll send him back out for the 9th. Here's the first pitch for Muller. It's in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball inside, called for a strike. It's 1-1. Franchi Cordero, lefty versus lefty matchup, is now in for the Red Sox. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Cordero, and it's a fastball fouled off down the left field line. It's 1-2. Muller with only 25 pitches thrown. Could definitely see him coming back out for the 9th. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Darnold set up outside, and it's a fastball, but it is way low, easy take, and it's 2-2. So many big decisions to be made by these general managers and the managers and the coaching staff. The condensed spring training. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And swung on and screwballed over to the left side of the infield. Shortstop's got it. He'll fire it over to first for an easy out. Nagowski's got the squeeze, and there's 3 away. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Atlanta 6, Boston 1.
Triple-decker burn! Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
She always says that I don't like the way she talks. It's the information that she chooses to tell me at times. We took a trip to Florida, to Fort Lauderdale, and her and our daughter are flying from Nashville, where we live. And I'm flying from Detroit. We're meeting at Fort Lauderdale's airport. So I called her because I was about to take off, and I was like, all right, what time do you guys leave? She goes, noon. And it was 11:30 and they're still at home. I was like, Laura, I don't know if you even know what an airport is. But if that plane was in our driveway, I don't think you could make it. And she said, that's what time we leave for the airport. Our flight's not till 1:30. And I was like, all right, what do you think I wanted to know when I asked that? She said, I'm sorry I don't talk the way you want me to talk.
Armchair.
In 1856, a British-born music teacher and enthusiastic cricketer named Henry Chadwick saw the Knickerbockers play the New York Gothams and became an instant convert to baseball. Chadwick developed the box score, wrote and edited the most popular players' manual, and launched one of the first baseball columns, covering the Knickerbockers and their challengers, the Gothams, Eagles, Empires, Excelsiors, and Atlantics, in the pages of the New York Clipper. And he began keeping comparative statistics so that he could measure one player's performance against another's.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead Boston 6-1 as they head to the plate. More and more substitutions. We'll keep you updated as they become relevant. And one of those substitutions, Boston has a new pitcher, Brian Bello. We talked about he'd get in the game earlier. 3.87 ERA in the minors last year through 95 innings, 132 strikeouts. I've read a couple articles. Brian Bello, the Red Sox are big on this kid. And Doesn't look like he's big in stature, but a strikeout pitcher. Be interesting to see what he brings today. Not quite as short as a Marcus Stroman, but he's definitely not as big as a Kyle Muller. So here's the first pitch from Bello to Demeritte, and it is a called strike on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1, 94 miles an hour on the black coming out the gate. Cardinals lead the Nationals 5-4 in the 8th. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is look like a slider called for a strike. It's 0-2. So two guys who have spent their time in the minor leagues squaring off right now. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is outside slider. Called ball. It's 1-2. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and excuse me, swing down the right-hand side. First baseman has it, scoops it over to the pitcher who's covering the bag, and he's going to outrun Demeritte. Great athletic play by Bello to get that out. Nice play. I thought when that ball got past the pitcher and the catcher, the first baseman was going to have to cover the bag, cover the play. I didn't think the pitcher was going to be able to get to it in time, but didn't see whether or not Demeritte was hustling out of the box, but you would have thought it would have been a closer play than that. Here's John Nogowski. He's 1-for-1 with the 2-run single. First pitch to Nogowski is a slider on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Nogowski had an RBI, 2 RBI single earlier in the game. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on fastball inside and missed. It's 0-1. Nogowski, one of those names you expect to either make the team or be in AAA and ready in a pinch if there's an injury. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a caught-looking slider. Nasty pitch. Nogowski was looking for the fastball and got the slider. It's 2 away here quickly. In the the Atlanta 8th, Boston trailing 6-1, 2 away. You get a righty-lefty matchup. I believe once again this is Brock Holt, the ex-Boston Red Sox. It is. First pitch to Holt. He swings at the first fastball inside, hit high and off to the left-hand side of the foul territory. Diving play, but just squirts out of the glove. The diving third baseman, kind of an awkward land. Seems to be okay. I think that wind had something to do with the ball coming back towards him. Just wasn't able to adjust. So here's the 0-1 pitch to Brock Holt, and it is a fastball outside. It's 1-1. Not a whole lot of news happening today in Major League Baseball. Here's a fastball inside, almost hits Holt. He's able to skip out of the way, and it's 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a changeup on the outside part of the zone. Called a strike. It's 2-2. If you missed it earlier, Braves are expecting Acuna to be back the first week of May and possibly being able to play defense and DH. Remember earlier they talked about 2-2 pitch outside, ball 3. They talked about Acuna starting off DH end of April. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on by Holt. It's weakly hit over to the right-hand side, easily corralled, flipped over to first. We head to the 9th inning. Atlanta Braves lead it 6-1.
They've given me less than 1 year to turn this place around. Forget about the way it used to be. This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency, and my word is law.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way, unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance. It is. No good!
CBS Sports Radio, your home for all things sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, coast to coast. Great sports talk expected here. CBS Sports Radio.
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. And that's marvelous. But you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Final half inning of the game should be, and Kyle Muller is coming back out. 27 pitches in. First pitch is a strike. It's 0-1. He'll face Wong. If you missed it earlier, Drew Waters was optioned to the Gwinnett Stripers. Tuki Toussaint as well, as they're having to cut these major league rosters down and do it quickly. And Waters and Toussaint definitely not coming up with the Braves for opening day. Here's the 0-2 pitch from Muller, and ball's going to be hit hard on the ground down the first base line, but just foul. It's 0-2. We'll probably know by the end of next week what this roster really will look like. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's swung on and just got a piece of it, goes foul by Wong, and it's 0-2. Lefty-righty matchup here, Muller versus Wong. Here's the delivery from Kyle Muller, and fastball just got a piece of it. Knocks it foul, and we'll do it again at 0-2. Trey Harris was also signed to the Braves, so he's still up in the system. Here's the fastball hitting on the hands, and diving catch in the outfield, just missed the glove. The ball is going to drop. Wong wasn't really hustling out of the box, so he'll stay on first. Demerit trying to make a diving catch right on the line of the right field foul line, and just missed his glove, underneath his glove. It rolled a few feet away from him. Wong's not able to advance from first, so it'll be the leadoff runner on. The diving attempt by Demerit. Six-one is your score. Here's the fastball on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Pete Castellanos, the right-hander, going up against Muller, 0-1 pitch, and fastball hit foul down the right field line. It is 0-2. That wind is still whipping out there. It's pushing from left to right. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'm guessing at least a 25-mile-an-hour wind. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Castellanos and swung on, barely kept alive. It's 0-2. A lot of guys trying to make that final rotation spots for the Braves. Soroka's not expected to be ready for quite some time. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it swung on and fouled. Just got a piece of it. It's 0-2. Ian Anderson, Max Fried, Kyle Wright, and Huascar Ynoa this spring. 12 innings pitched, no earned runs, 7 hits. All of them were singles, 7 Ks, and two walks. So good outing so far. And then you add what Kyle Muller has done. You have to figure. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is outside the zone. And it's 1-2. Charlie Morton is another question mark, whether or not he'll be ready for the early part of April. We hope to see him soon. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a slider banged to the left-hand side through the wicket between the 5-6 hole into left field. So the Red Sox got something cooking. There's runners on first and second. Nobody out. 2 seeing eye singles have got the Red Sox in business here in the top of the 9th inning. As to all the new spring training rules, if the game is tied at the end of 9 innings, the new rule is it's up to the individual managers to decide whether or not they want to go on. Most of the managers don't want to play more than the 9. So unless they specifically talk beforehand and say, hey, I really want to see these guys pitch, yada, yada, yada. If we get a chance to go, we'll take the option. This should be a 9-inning game. 1-0 pitch from Muller to Reed. Reed, the right-hander, standing in the box, and fastball pipes it right past him. It's 1-1. They hate seeing the bad luck for Muller of those 2 base runners getting on the way they did. It is a good experience for Muller to get some action this spring with runners on and nobody out and having to face all that. Here's the 1-1 pitch, slider in the dirt, swung over and missed. It's 1-2. Yankees lead the Phillies 4-3 in the 7th. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Muller to Reed. And the delivery swung on and popped high into center field. Heredia is underneath it. He had to get on his horse. He's got it. Had to go all the way to the warning track. Momentum carried him to the wall. He gets it back into the infield, but not before the runner on second moves up to third. So you'll have the runners on the corners. Good defensive play by Heredia, which is what he's known for and why he'll have a slot on this team. The other day, he was standing behind Ozzie Albies during an interview, a television interview that they were doing. And Ozzie's answering these questions. about Kenley Jansen, very serious. And the whole time, Heredia is behind him mocking it. And it was one of the funniest things that I've seen this spring. Here's the first pitch from Muller. Runners on the corners, one away. And it is a fastball low and inside. It's 1-0. Dearden now the batter for the Red Sox. Lefty versus lefty matchup. And 1-0 pitch, and it is served into left field. That ball will get down. A runner will score. Red Sox make it 6-2 with one away. So you got runners on first and second, one down in the top of the ninth. Good job of hitting by Dearden. He just kind of served it into the outfield. Didn't try to do too much with it. Braves 6, Red Sox 2. Braves getting a little sloppy towards the end of this game. They had it well in hand. Defense hasn't quite been there yet, other than the play by Heredia this inning. Here's the first pitch by Muller, and it is a curveball on the outside part of the plate to Koss. It's 0-1. Koss, right-handed batter, sitting in the 8th slot. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt, swung on and missed. It's 0-2. Six to 2 your score. Looking around the rest of the Major League Baseball. Grapefruit League action. Tampa 9-4 over Baltimore in the 8th. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Another slider in the dirt. He held off. It's 1-2. Cardinals held on to beat the Nationals 5-4. Not that these spring trainings records mean anything, but Washington's 1-6. You never like to see that if your team starts off 1-6. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a slider in the dirt. This time he gets away and squirts away from the catcher. Both runners will now be on second and third, as the runner on third was held at bay, but the runner from first got up to second as that ball got away. Phillies now lead the Yankees 5-4. Twins over the Pirates 2-1. Later on today, here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back. It's still 1-2. Cubs will take on the Rockies this afternoon. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on, hit over to the left-hand side, scooped up by the shortstop. He'll fire it over to first, and there's 2 away. A run does score. So now you've got a runner on third. 6-3 is your score. 1 out away from getting out of this game is Kyle Muller. If you're looking at Sweet 16, they're going to take Muller out of the game. Wow. They're going to take him out of the game. Guess they have a pitch limit on him, and he's hit it. So you only need 1 out, and they're going to take him out of the game. We got a pitching change. We'll be right back. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball every Friday night, first pitch to last pitch, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Third down and about 22. Smith drops the ball. He's got it tied in, but he's got Carter. Carter, 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. That's that old 1-2 punch you faked to him the first time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
Ryson, and he's open. 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
You know, in the other sports, you have time you have to play against the clock. And when the clock runs out, your chance is over. No clock in baseball. You play until you lose. And if you can keep that rally alive, if you can keep going, if you can keep getting hits, you can play until a week from now. Nothing stops you.
Welcome back to Braves Baseball. Nolan Kingham is going to be in trying to get the final out of the game. Fastball inside, righty versus lefty matchup. Big right-hander misses way inside for a ball. It's 1-0. So Kyle Moeller is done for the day. A little surprised that they pulled him out. Here's a fastball swung on and hit over to the left-hand side. It's scooped up by Short. He fires it over to first, and Nagowski grabs it. Game is over. That'll do it. The Braves win it 6-3. Braves look pretty good today. Thought they got some good outings from their pitchers and great at bats. Didn't try to do too much from either side of the plate, and they were able to take advantage of some wildness in the Boston pitching, and Boston did put some heat on Atlanta here in the 9th, but the Braves were able to hold on 6-3. We'll be back Wednesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Braves Red Sox are due to play, and Friday. So Wednesday and Friday next week, 1 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, we will also have Braves baseball all year long during the regular season. Check out our Facebook page. Check out our Twitter page. We've got the schedule up there. For all the guys and gals behind Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube, thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. TGIF Armchair Quarterback Show with Mac McGee and Justin Waller coming to you in just a couple hours, 6 o'clock Eastern on this very channel.